Welcome to True Crime Deep Dive, the YouTube channel dedicated to exploring the lesser-known stories of injustice. No team, no flashy production, just a passion for uncovering the truth. I've always been fascinated by true crime, but not the cases that everyone else is talking about. I'm not interested in covering cases that are already trending or have been heavily covered by the media. Instead, I want to shed light on the forgotten cases, the ones that never made headlines or have been swept under the rug. You see, I believe that every victim deserves justice, regardless of whether their story has captured public attention or not. And that's why I'm here, to give a voice to those who have been silenced and to bring attention to cases that have been overlooked. But it's not just about the crime itself. I'm also passionate about standing against injustice. I firmly believe that the criminal justice system is flawed and biased, and it's our duty as citizens to question it and demand change. Through my deep dives into these cases, I hope to bring awareness to issues of injustice and spark important conversations. Another important aspect of my channel is breaking harmful stereotypes and stigma, particularly those surrounding drug addiction. Too often, those struggling with addiction are portrayed as villains or criminals, when in reality, they are victims of a broken system and often have their own stories of trauma and struggles. I want to humanize and bring empathy to those affected by addiction and show that they are more than just their struggles. So if you're ready to go beyond the surface and dive deep into the world of true crime, then you've come to the right place. Join me as we uncover the truth, seek justice, and challenge harmful narratives. This is True Crime Deep Dive. Let's get started. There's a saying, justice delayed is justice denied. In a world where the scales of justice are often tipped in favor of the powerful, the pristine gavel of a judge can symbolize both hope and despair. In the heart of the justice system, the judge's gavel begins its life untouched, unblemished. It stands as an emblem of fairness, a beacon of truth, and a guardian of the innocent. But as it navigates the complex labyrinth of human stories, the gavel starts to bear the brunt of the system's imperfections. Like a silent witness, it observes the wrongful convictions that shatter lives. It echoes the cries of the innocent, who find themselves ensnared in the web of prejudice and bias. It grieves for the broken promises that tarnish the sanctity of the courtroom, and for the voices that are silenced by the thundering verdicts. Yet, amid the cracks and flaws, the gavel persists. It carries the weight of its duty with unwavering resolve, never ceasing in its pursuit of justice. It's a constant reminder that, despite the challenges, the fight for justice can never be abandoned. In the face of adversity, the gavel strikes back, demanding a system that works for everyone. It rallies against the injustices, it champions the cause of the marginalized, and it amplifies the whispers of change into a resounding call for action. The gavel, in all its cracked and chipped glory, stands as a symbol of resilience. It reminds us that even in the face of harsh realities, the pursuit of justice must go on. It's a testament to the fact that despite the obstacles, the quest for a fair and just world is a fight worth fighting. As we delve deeper into the realm of true crime, let the gavel's journey serve as a reminder that the pursuit of justice is a collective endeavor, one that demands our unwavering commitment and relentless dedication. As we wrap up, ponder on these questions. How do we ensure that the gavel remains a symbol of justice and not of its failings? How can we contribute to a system that works for everyone? And finally, how can we make sure that the voice of the gavel is not drowned out by the noise of injustice? Remember, every crack in the gavel is a story that demands to be heard, a story that calls for change. This
Eddie, do you want to die? Don't you ever say that again. What just happened? Oh, we're playing musical chairs or Ring Around the Rosie. Probably. Can you guys hear me now?
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello. Marco.
Hello?
That always works. Oh, you miss me, scroungy fucks? That's so gay. I'm telling everybody, Eddie. Oh no. Okay, so couple of things. Um, it's been like 70 years since I've been live. I'm aware. Um, just have a lot going on. Personal life. Don't really want to talk about it, so that's kind of why I'm here as like a distraction. But we'll see. As you can tell, not really feeling too spectacular. So this might just be a short live stream. We'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna give it a C minus try. I have been out of the loop as far as what's been going on in the Facebook groups and the YouTube community. I did a little bit of catching up a few hours ago, but I'm not gonna lie, I just have a really hard time focusing. So, um, I don't really have too much to commentate as far as that, but they did release a new episode of the podcast, so I figured we could listen to that. And there's always new screenshots of whatever is going on in these groups that we could talk about. Um, they've kind of been
Oh my gosh, what just happened?
you're back.
How do I get out of here?
Yeah, it's a little different from a StreamYard, but it's kind of the same, just different. Well, apparently I can't keep friends either, you see. Goodness. Pretty sure Ruben's done got a day job somewhere else, considering it's been 11 years since I've been live, but I'll fire him when I find him. It won't let you leave it. You're not. It says you're not here. You left. What do you mean? It won't let you leave. For the record, not holding anybody hostage. Just saying. Free will is a thing. Kidding. Kinda. Alright, so, jam sandwiches are stuck in the escape room. Escape.
Hey, hey,
Hey,
what's going on?
it's a it's a trap. Now you're gonna be stuck up here.
How you doing?
I'm alright.
Right on. Well, the only reason why I got out of bed, so
Yeah.
what do we got going on?
Nothing really too exciting. I mean, I'm kind of just trying to distract myself from all those weird things that go on, when you have idle time. So
Yeah, I hear you. I my condolences
yeah,
on your friend. Um,
freaking onions.
I don't know what to say, right? um,
Chris, gosh bless America, where's Chris? I can't blame it on him if he's not in here.
it's unfortunate, things happen, you know what I mean, and we don't always know the reasons why.
So they say.
You know, um, I would say that he went over there for a reason.
Yeah, just sucks.
Yeah, but um, then there's that.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, I don't know. I don't think it would probably. I don't. It'd be any less like if it was. Um, like I don't. It just when it's so. out of nowhere. Like, it's kind of just hard to grasp.
Well, yeah, because it's exactly how you said, it's out of nowhere. If you had pre-knowledge that this was going to happen, of course it's not going to hit as hard. You'd have time to prepare for it,
Yeah, or it wouldn't freaking happen. I just send him a damn life preserver.
right? But sometimes, Katie, sometimes people don't want the life preserver.
Yeah. Yep. We're just kind of waiting now for the results to come back from autopsy to find out, like, what happened. Because I don't think, um, just the circumstances, it just I don't know, kind of feel like I have like a conspiratorial mind now from all these cases that I cover,
Right.
but I'm just like, oh no, something ain't right, nope, I ain't with it.
Right, right.
But it just, even if it was natural and something happened, like, that it was completely unexpected. Like, he wasn't very old. I think he just turned 40 a couple of weeks ago.
Hmm.
And he wasn't sick or anything like that, so I kind of have a hard time believing, like, oh, maybe he had a heart attack or something, but something happened.
Right. And your conspiratorial mind is that towards like
Just,
a
yeah,
significant other?
for sure, because she
Well,
waited
was there?
until way after the fact to say anything, and then acted really weird and sketchy about calling 911. Pretty much had to, like, threaten to put hands on her to get her to call 911. And then she was like, "Oh, well, I don't want him to be mad at me," and I'm like, "Okay, well, how about we worry about that after, we find out where he is, if he's okay. How about that?" And she's like,
Right.
"Oh, well, I thought you
It's
have
like,
to wait
well, he
12
can't
hours
be mad.
before you can report someone missing." It says fucking who?
Right.
Like, she had more excuses than, and it was just like everybody was kind of late to the, if it was past the point of, it was kind of just, once we all got involved and were made aware of it, it was more just a recovery process, because if
Yeah.
there was anything that could have been done to save them, we didn't get, we weren't aware soon enough. Whatever happened had to have
Happened
happened the
just in
first,
that time.
right, yeah, well, for the first few hours, I'm sure. But I mean, I would like to think, for my own selfish reasons, that whatever happened happened quick, and he didn't suffer. But if that was the case, then we were about 11 hours late.
Right. Right. Well, that's the thing, though. You know what I mean? You don't know. You know what I'm saying? You don't know until the autopsy, and hopefully they do a better one than they did with this Noah Presgrove.
Oh, for sure. I don't have any doubt that if there's anything nefarious or anything that, the the, the sheriff's department here absolutely will get to the bottom of it. I don't have any doubt about that, but it's still just kind of, when you cover these cases, you think, oh, when you get justice, it makes you feel better. But it's like, when it's somebody, it's almost like, does it really matter? He's still gone.
Right. Right.
I mean, it matters, but just doesn't make me feel better at this point.
Nope. But I don't know, you'll find some solace in it. You know what I mean? Just give it some time, and something will come to you.
Yeah.
There's the grieving process, that, you know what I mean, versus the shock. Then there's the grieving, then there's the questions. After the questions, you know what I mean, sometimes comes the
Anger.
answers. Well, there's always danger, but
Yeah, like I've had to stop myself a couple of times. Yesterday, today, I've tried to kind of just distract myself from it because yesterday, like I went down there and got ratchet like 30 ways sideways. Like, who are all these people you have down here? What do you think you're doing with his shit? Like, 'cause you're not taking anything anywhere. I don't care who you think you are, but I've never heard of you, so you can't be too near and dear. You're not his brother and his very few family that he has left, so regardless, you're not taking shit. Like, why don't you let him get a, you know, I mean, he's barely been gone 12 hours and everybody's worried about who's
right.
getting what. Like, back the fuck off.
That sucks. You know what I mean? It's like you'll find that with family members, friends and shit like that. A lot of deaths. You know what I mean? It's the same shit. People are there to get the
Gimme,
jewelry.
gimme, gimme.
Fucking,
Right.
yeah, what did they leave me? And it's like, who the fuck are you? I'm this great.
Or, oh, I borrowed something from him in 2009. I need to get it back. Oh, well, that fucking sucks. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly. It's like, well, maybe
Like,
you should have got that shit back in 2009. You know what I mean? Fuck.
right. Yeah, like, where the fuck have you been? I've never heard of you. Like, you got it in writing? Because if not, you better go and take that up with somebody who cares.
And some
Like,
motherfuckers will see this shit in a newspaper or some shit and be like, oh, yeah, I'm this long lost twin. Like,
yeah, they've already been coming out the woodwork, Like, I've known him at least the last 8 years. My husband's known him the last 15. And all these people talking about, oh, that's my third cousin on to the fourth power. Like, I've never fucking heard of you. Like, first of all, you don't even have the same last name. Try again.
right,
Oh,
right.
by marriage to the, the three times reduced plus one. Like, oh, yeah, okay. Well, you mean your Facebook friends? Fuck off.
Your skin complexion is like totally completely different. You know what I mean? What the fuck?
And coming over and saying your family, like, that don't do shit for me. Like, I knew him well enough to know, like, I know how he felt about the ones that actually are his family. So, fuck, y'all can fuck off too. he's
Right.
he's got two little brothers, a stepdad, and a niece, and the rest of y'all, yeah, y'all can stick it where the sun don't shine. Like, why would you even feel entitled to his livelihood? Like, where have you been? If I've never met you and we've been neighbors for a long time and we do everything together, like holiday wise, I'm pretty sure it came up.
Right, exactly. It's like, yeah, when motherfuckers show up like that, like, hold up. I've known this motherfucker for 20 years. I ain't never heard your name not once.
Yeah, like, not talking shit, not nothing, just never heard of you at all. So you're either really irrelevant or you are not who you say you are. Either way, not
Right,
helping your
right.
case. You're not getting shit. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. And they thought they were
WLW.
just going to be slick and start loading shit up. And I was like, listen, I will bust the fucking windows out of every vehicle in this driveway that's not Shane's. I suggest you come back another time or just don't come back at all. But I can tell you what ain't happening right now. I suggest you drop what you have because I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm not going to start with the damn windshield first. That's the most expensive, and it's you can that's a ticket if you don't have you can't have cracks all the way across it. It's not going to be cracked boo boo.
You could essentially start put some one bys with some 10Ds, you know what I mean, nails and shit through them, and bury them motherfuckers in the yard. This way, motherfuckers can't be driving in and driving out.
Oh no, I don't even want to do that. I got a camera pointed right down that way, and anytime there's motion, it goes off. I'm meeting him at the driveway. How can I help you? Sure. Okay. Well. Oh, is Shane home? Motherfucker, you got jokes? Like, bye.
Right.
It's just like they're just
No
like
fun, but
sniffing around just to see, like, if there's anybody keeping keep watching, or what's being unattended. None of it. Not near none of it. Like,
right.
and it ain't no rush for his brothers or whatever to do what they're gonna do with it, but they're not gonna, like, the damn neighborhood freaking Felicia's ain't gonna fucking junkie stunt that shit off. I tell you that.
The neighborhood fucking
Yeah,
wannabe heroes and shit.
I don't. Yeah, and I don't care what it's worth or whatever. I know it was his livelihood, and he worked for it and it was his stuff, and he was very like that. I know he was very proud of the shit that he had acquired, so I'm not just gonna like let it go to somebody that is not his brother. That's just how it is. It'll stay where it's at, or his brother will come get it, and he
That's
don't have to. That's up to him. Because
right.
trust and believe, there's not going to be anybody coming and renting the property behind him, like not in within any reasonable time frame.
Right. Well, at least, you know what I mean, you guys are there for that. You know what I'm saying? To know that
Yeah,
at least this stuff will get put in the right places.
yeah, he would do the same.
You know.
He would do the same thing. That's so it's just kind of like the least we could do type deal.
Right.
Because he's
Right.
kind of done the same thing. Not for me, but like back in my husband's
Other
younger
people's.
days, whenever he had a spot in his life when he got divorced and all that shit, and went to jail, and the only reason he had anything to come home to was because of Shane. So
Right.
he
Right.
made sure to hold on to
That's
everything and didn't let anybody walk off with it, and made sure that everything was the way it was whenever he left. That he had control over as far as that, like dude stuff, tools and stuff like that. But other than that, he went and
yeah,
had
because
nothing.
it sucks to come out and like have to start like
Over.
brand new. It's
Right.
like got my tools, you know. At least I could go back to kind of like construction or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
If it was from those case, plumbing, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because you can make money if you have the things to make money with, but when you have to borrow something or rent something to be able to make money, you're taking
Right.
you're pretty much selling yourself for minimum wage by the time you break even.
That's true.
I didn't understand that before. My grandpa
Absolutely.
used to have like fucking more money in his damn Snap-on school box than we did in the whole house. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, why the hell do you need all these tools? And he's like, well, they'll
Right.
pay for themselves. And I didn't understand that when he told me that the first time as a kid, but way before I was a teenager, I understood it, because man, there was so many things that he's worked on, and $100 here or $500 here, like it absolutely they paid for themselves, that's for sure. But I mean,
It's
you would have thought he had to take out a damn mortgage on the house to get them, because heaven forbid, you can't just buy a crescent wrench at a time.
true. Right? They used to have them trucks. You remember them trucks that come by and they just,
They still do,
they just,
motherfucker. Like
stuff.
it's like the ice cream truck around here. These fucking God, I don't even tell my husband, don't even look that way. Like
That's
I don't even look it. That's how I feel about the Swan Man.
getting them big old fucking steaks and shit. What are
Oh
they
my
called?
God, every fucking thing,
That's just fucking
everything.
hilarious. The swan.
Dude, we used to invite the Swan Man over for fucking Christmas dinner. What you mean? He was that dude.
Oh my god. Trying to get them fucking big old steaks and shit, sirloins.
For real, like, man, don't you even come. You better hit our route. Like, you better hit us first, because I don't want to hear none of that. I'm out of this. I'm out of that. Like, nope, nope. We gotta wait 2 weeks for you to come back. We can't have none of this baby back bullshit. Every other Tuesday.
That's right. Like, what the fuck is this? There's too
Yeah,
much
like,
fat
what you
on
want
this
me to do with
bitch.
this? Yeah, minis. Like, what the fuck you want me to do? A minis? Like, how about no? Like, you got jokes?
Right, right. It's like getting a butterball ham and shit down here. I don't know if y'all got them over there, but when it comes Christmas time, Thanksgiving and shit, dude, them butterball hams fucking. I've seen people get stabbed over a butterball ham.
Dude, I've stabbed somebody over
I
a
ain't joking.
freaking. I'm not even gonna go there. They have everything is just like so much more gooder. You would think, oh, it's frozen food. It's not. Bitch,
Right,
don't knock it till you try it, because you'll be chasing that motherfucker down the road when he misses your driveway. Just saying.
right. That's right.
My mom did it pregnant. Just saying.
Yeah, he does.
Over freaking the what are they called? Not the they're like the little ice cream things that are like Snickers or whatever, frozen, but they're like little. That's what she was chasing them over.
Damn.
True story.
She's like, I'm gonna get mine.
I didn't have to chase him because, I lived in an era where we had cell phones and I had his number. And I'd just be like, hey, you fucking forgetting something? But it was the same Swan man,
It's the same dude.
Yeah. He grew up like literally every other Tuesday. I mean, he was there every stage of life. Like, I swear.
That's funny. You guys are outside already waiting for this motherfucker. Like,
Absolutely, with a list and everything. And he's like, he's got the big old bags and he's just filling them up. We already know what fucking box he's gonna walk to on the truck. Mimo's already got the check pre-writ with the total. Like, she's already calculated up. Like, let's get this moving. We got the oven preheated. Let's go.
yeah.
We've been waiting on you forever. You must have caught traffic, man. Usually here at 7 o'clock. It's 7:07. What the actual fuck?
You made extra rooms in the freezers and shit, or just bought like a whole new freezer? It's just nothing but fucking swan meat and shit.
Yeah, the day before we would just have like all you can eat, whatever's left in the freezers. Make room.
I totally know that shit. Like, hey, we gotta make some room up in this motherfucker.
No problem. Say less. Beep, beep, beep. Microwave.
And it's like, okay, well, this one's for so-and-so's birthday. This one's for fuck that shit. Let's eat that shit now.
Right now. Yeah, my Mimo's the same way, man. She's like, oh, this is for so-and-so. Oh, are they here? First come, first serve, motherfucker. I didn't hear no dibs.
Yep.
5 items plus sales tax. That is $124.76 here. Yeah, listen. Yep. Then he print out the little receipt right there, and then you get the little sticker that says "See you next Tuesday," but not the cunt. Just it says "See you next Tuesday." Bright ass orange, and we put that straight on the fridge. But like we need that, we know.
What was the first thing you guys ate after you get it all done? Fucking, you motherfucking barbecue right there that day.
Oh, like right then though, I would have to have one of them. It's like a pancake corn dog with like a blueberry. I don't give it. Those are like, I don't give a fuck what kind of day, what time of day. Let me get that shit right now. Like, and then I'm running to the house. Why the fuck does this take 30 seconds? My Mimo's like, you don't have to spit it out. I'm like, ain't no time wasted. That shit burned the whole way down. And then I'll do it again. She's like, you're an idiot. I'm like, so? Smartest dumbass you ever met. I told y'all.
Oh shit! I remember them motherfuckers. They were bomb though, man.
The party is started. We're having the Swans party, Twin Mama.
Yeah. They didn't get all soggy and shit. It's like you just took them out the fryer.
You missed something, Roddy Pree?
Kind of
Nothing too life changing. Just chasing the swan stroke, for ice cream.
Yeah. You never heard of the swan, the truck that used to drive around selling the meats?
Everything frozen.
Like gourmet ice creams, yeah.
Gym girl, I live in Florida, Polk County, Florida, to be specific. Yeah. Oh, those ices are so good. Ices, maybe.
That's the truth.
Puff. I think she meant Puff. Here, kitty.
Good times. It's funny because down in San Bernardino and stuff, you have a barbecue. You're pretty much having a block party.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't go outside and fucking, not think that the neighbor's gonna come over.
This is true. I never left the trailer park, and I never will. Thank you for the cash app, Reditha. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Do you know if the second part of Cadence
It
came
did.
out or no?
Listen, it sure did. And they are. I listen. I'll give them. I will give them credit for what they do because they're in entertainment. But them sons of bitches. It was 10 more minutes, and
Oh,
then
no
they
way.
went into like. I mean, it was interesting, but I was like, oh, these mother. Oh, hopefully they have it where you can see the chat replay because man, it was popping off in the chat. I mean, I wasn't in there. I was just watching from the
Oh,
bushes,
for real?
but there's these new, I wouldn't say new. I would say new accounts. I think it's the same players. I don't know. You'll have to tell me because you know their dialect better than I do. But they
Right.
just be like every time somebody goes live, they just be everywhere just trying to start some shit, but they sure as hell don't ever find their way here. Wonder how that funny how that works. But it's the the Stevie's minions, like they just really hardcore like it been at Kaden and his mom like the last few days to the point where like they went offline and they don't want to talk about the case publicly anymore because they've been harassed and attacked so bad.
Oh, no
Yeah.
shit.
I mean, I still talk to her, but she doesn't want to, she's not she's trying to stay away from
Right.
even reading the comments and stuff because it's so triggering because it's like they're just lying and it's just crazy that they attacking like her personal life and
Well,
stuff about Caden that happened to him that was like a traumatizing situation as a kid and blasting it and making it public and trying to say that say I don't know what trying to say like that he's apparently can't form an opinion because he's been traumatized before or something. I mean, I don't or can't tell the truth. I mean, I don't know what their angle was for doing it, but it was fucked up. Whatever whatever they tell themselves, because it has nothing to do with Noah.
right.
I think just to bully him into to stop talking, I guess would probably be my guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's that, or you just stand up and but what you know is lies don't affect you. You know, it's like okay, try harder, but to each their own. They were. I thank them for what they did in the first place. I mean, they got this thing started up real good, so there's that. So I think we're gonna play what part two. Roll that beautiful beam footage. Absolutely, 100%, Teresa. Straight up. I don't know what that is. Sandwiches. Lake Ten Killer. Whenever you're ready, Katie.
So sorry, I had to carry in some groceries.
Work. Are you gonna play both the
Oh,
first and then slide in the second, or are you just gonna play the second? What do you think?
the considering the second one's only like 10 minutes, that's Kaden. Would probably be beneficial to listen to the first one.
Well, just
But
ask the chat.
the other half, yeah, I was gonna say ask chat, but the other half of it is that what's her name? The pathologist or whatever, the retired coroner that he's had on the show before, she
Uh-huh.
comes up and gives her take on it, like based off of Kaden, and she says that she thinks he's telling the truth and all that good stuff.
Oh, okay. And this is she's retired. Okay. Who did she had worked for
I
before?
think Illinois. Let
Okay.
me see. I think he wrote it in the description.
That was
Kaden Pressy, Jody Barth, a retired 30-year veteran of the Illinois State Police, former CSI investigator and coroner, about what she thinks about Kaden's testimony.
Oh, good deal. All right, everybody. So, hello, B. That's funny how she puts it in. Yeah, we're gonna play
I
the.
say it anyway.
We're gonna play the first interview, and then the last.
Edwina says play the new. We've heard the old already.
All right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What would y'all in the chat? What would y'all prefer? Play first and then second, or just play the second, and we could either review the first if anybody has questions for the first, or just keep going along. Play the second and then play out the pathologist thing.
What the heck is BF? Yeah, you just missed me ranting and whining and then talking about chasing the ice cream truck. You know, the usual.
And that's what Pipe would do when he was here, shit, chasing the fucking ice cream truck. Never seen that motherfucker move so fast.
Unless it's chasing the ice cream truck or falling out of a truck.
That's fucking straight true. Straight true. You know what I mean? But, all right, yeah, let's just play the second. You know what I mean? Fuck it.
Yeah, since nobody's gonna vote but Eddie.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, now he's gonna think he runs shit over here.
Right.
Yeah. Heaven forbid that. So I think we should play the first one just because Eddie ain't shit. Kidding. Or would what we call a buddy fucker? Okay. Oh, okay. They got their own conversation going on. I'm gonna just push play. What the hell?
Yeah. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Yeah, y'all should probably like see a therapist or something.
Presy said, "Pipe falling off the truck never gets old. That story never gets old." That shit's fucking funny as fuck, man. I just wish I recorded it.
Figure it out.
Hi, everybody. So this week, we're going to continue with Kaden Pressy's interview. It's the last 10 minutes of his interview, and it's very interesting. We want to make a couple statements about the interview. We hear that Kaden is getting a lot of blowback just because he's coming out and he's talking to law enforcement, and he's talking to us. And I think that's horrible. All he wants is the best for Noah and his family. And, you know, this is his truth, his experience, what he saw. So he's not making any judgments on anybody. So I think it's
and neither are we. I mean, we're not accusing anybody of anything either. We're just putting out the information that we're getting.
Yes.
And I think that there's a lot of heat on this case, social media wise as well. People can be a little mean on social media, and I think that's unfair to do, especially the victim blaming on Noah, which I saw a lot of in the past couple of days, which I'm kind of horrified about. But as far as Kaden is concerned,
I think
it's not right.
No.
He's telling his truth. Leave him alone.
And I think after this past weekend and everything that happened, and in Pennsylvania with the attempted assassination, I think everybody needs to kind of take a breath and take the temperature down. Everyone gets a little too riled up on social media, and just think before you post and understand that there's family and lives that are behind all these things. It's not just a thing for you to kind of banter about online. But if you do have some valuable information, we have been talking to the OHP, and we want to put out their information center. So if you do have information related to this case and you do want to talk to the OHP, you want to reach out to their Southwest Regional Communications Center, and you can contact them on email at swrc@dps.ok.gov. That's swrc@dps.ok.gov. So, and we only have 10 minutes of Kaden's interview, but after that, we reached out to our friend Jody Barth, the retired law enforcement CSI expert and coroner and investigator for over 30 years. And she's been following up on the case. She's been listening to everything. And we talked to her about Kaden's interview. We wanted to get her perspective. She's interviewed hundreds of people in cases like this. And so we wanted to get her bead on what Kaden is saying. So you're going to play Kaden's interview, the last 10 minutes, and then we're going to jump to Jody and we're going to talk to her about it.
And we're open to talking to whoever wants to talk to us. You know, we're not taking sides. We're not being biased. We're trying to objectively report what we're hearing and what we're seeing in this case. We welcome anyone who wants to talk and tell their side of the story or what they saw, what their truth is.
So without further ado, here's Kaden Pressy's interview part 2. Okay. All right. And so you were still friends with Jack. At what point did, the friendship kind of dissolve, and, what started happening then? Because it wasn't just Jack that it dissolved with. It seemed from what we heard is that, people started talking to you.
Around whenever Jack did the Banfield interview with Channel 7 News or something.
News Nation.
News Nation. Whenever I seen that interview, it just set something off in my head. I was like I shouldn't be hanging around with him until this gets cleared up.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images, layout.
Because, it's been almost a year now. If they had something to do with Noah, that could easily happen to me. No one can find out until a year later or stuff like that, So I didn't want nothing to happen to me like that. So
Oh yeah, we understand that. But I'm curious because the News Nation interview bothers me a lot, and I don't even know Jack. So as someone that knows Jack and was very good friends with him, when you saw that interview, what did you feel? Did you feel something was wrong or something was off about the way he was talking, or what was your reaction to it?
well, I don't want to talk badly about Jack, but it kind of seemed like he had it scripted in his head. Yeah, right whenever they asked the question, he instantly mouths off saying, "Oh no, it was a semi that hit him." And all that crap. After that, it messed with me realizing he said that, because if you hit with any type of vehicle, you're not gonna be looking pretty good.
No,
not at all. When you woke up, when your mom called, was anyone wet? Did it look like anyone had taken a shower, or was the shower going, or did you know about the shower?
No, ma'am. I overheard Noah saying he was going to shower earlier in the day, but I never did witness him or hear him shower.
And was anyone wet or anything when you woke up at 2:43?
No, ma'am. But whenever I left, well, not whenever I left, but whenever I was picking up the beer cans, the concrete on the porch was wet. Like if someone used a garden hose or something.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about one of the stories about how some people were talking about prior with the side-by-sides, and that, there's some people said there was a side-by-side accident. I mean, you guys were riding it earlier and you jumped it and everybody was fine, walked away from it. At what point did anybody go out after that later that night with the side-by-sides? Could there have been an accident in the side-by-side that Noah was involved in?
Maybe. I mean, I know that they were driving around and stuff, but I don't think they were doing anything crazy with it. And when I was awake, I didn't hear of a side-by-side accident or anything like that. So I think if that accident did happen, it was after I fell asleep.
So, Kaden, what happened to your knee?
All right. So, shoot, I'd say it was close to July. We were going out on the boat, and I'm a bigger guy, and it's hard to throw me off a tube. So I'd always hang on. I'd never fall off. And my dad gets the bright idea to slingshot the hell out of me. And there was another boat passing us, and I ended up hitting their wake, bouncing up in the air. And then I was still holding onto the tube the whole time. And I bounced in the air again, and I landed, and I'm still sliding into the water. And the tube starts to lean over. I mean, and I've always put it back on its side, and I just decided to let go. And it wasn't a very good idea because, I mean, I was moving good 30 miles per hour in that water, and I hyperextended the crap out of my leg, and that was it for me. No more tubing after that. And we got x-rays and stuff like that, and they didn't see nothing wrong. And until a year, it's been a year now since I've had the surgery.
And you had to have your ACL replaced, correct?
Yeah, my ACL and my meniscus.
So when you were at the party, you were not moving that fast.
No, I was slow walking. I was grandpa walking.
So we saw Avery's mom had put out some things about you being in a Snapchat, pushing an ATV or something like this. What's that all about?
So Avery and Carter's mom, they're basically saying that, because I went online saying that I didn't know nothing about this ABT or side by side wreck, and they were calling me liars, saying that I was in the side-by-side at the time when it wrecked, and I also helped flip it over, and that there was a video of me doing so, and they just were not allowed to share it because their lawyers didn't want it going out. And that was the end of the story. I've messaged her, I've DM'd her, I've commented on her post saying, ma'am, could you please send me this video, because I do not remember this. And she would always just ignore me.
So
you can say without a doubt that you did not tip over an ATV.
No, I wouldn't have even been able to. My leg would have collapsed on me when I had to get surgery again.
It was a dream to return to the world of Dune, getting to see Denis bring his full vision.
Interesting. Okay. All right. So now you're at that point. Now you've heard Jack's interview. You're upset with him. You decide to kind of just take a break from him, stay away from him. And then what has been transpiring? You've kind of been in a whirlwind right now. You talked to the cops. It took like a month for you to actually talk to OHP. And then they didn't take your phone, but you gave them all the information on your phone. So recently you reached out to them again. Can you kind of talk us through that?
All right. So I talked to two OHP, OSBI officers. I don't know what they are. There's the OSBI or OSBI office in Duncan, and I had a scheduled interrogation with this OSBI officer.
Trooper Anthony and Trooper Ross.
Their names were Trooper Anthony and Trooper Ross.
Yeah, those are OHP.
Yes.
And so I had a conversation with them, and in the state of Oklahoma, it is a one party consent to record. So like I could be recording this conversation and not even let you know, because I've given my own consent to record it. And that's how it was at the time. Right whenever I arrived into the building, I started recording, and they don't know I was recording. And I mean, obviously they were recording with like their little tiny phones, whatever they are. And basically they were just asking me all these questions and everything, just like all the other times.
Yeah. So just in order, and you did that because you wanted to protect yourself. You wanted to make sure what you told them was what was memorialized in your own recording. So your words couldn't get misconstrued, correct?
Yeah. And I also offered them my phone, and they didn't want it. Okay,
everybody. We have Jody Barth back on. If you remember, Jody helped us out dissecting the ME report, the medical examiner's report, a few weeks ago, and got a lot of great positive feedback on her analysis. Once again, Jody is a career law enforcement. She's retired now, former CSI, former coroner, former investigator for the Illinois state police there. So we wanted to have Jody on because, you know, she's been listening to what's going on. She's been following what's going on. And she also heard Kaden's interview last week. And she heard this week's, the remainder of it, 10 minutes that we played, and she listened to as well. So we wanted to get her feedback just on a basic law enforcement perspective. She's interviewed hundreds of people and hundreds of death cases, both, you know, foul play, non-foul play. So she has a pretty good read on when someone is not telling the truth or not being truthful. So Jody, what did you think of Kaden Pressy's interview with us? And you know, we feel that he's telling the truth. We've spoken to him numerous times. We've heard recordings of him talking to police officers. His story has not deviated from everything that he's told us. So I'm just curious from your perspective, what did you think?
Well, I like his style. I think he's being truthful. What I particularly like about him is he answers thoughtfully, but he doesn't take a lot of time, and he'll tell you right up front if he's having problems with remembering certain things. He's very straightforward on everything, and I believe he's being very honest about everything. He's got times, he's got people, he's got a very good memory, and he admits that it's been a year, almost a year, so things get fuzzy after a while. But I think he's very credible. I think he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's being deceitful at all. If he makes a mistake, that's.
My new book, Keyboard Rich: How Anyone Can Earn Six Figures from Home with a Simple.
That's understandable after the time, and he's open to that, I think,
Yeah.
If there's, go ahead.
I was going to say that, as far as timeline's concerned, I mean, from what we have gleaned from everybody has been speaking about, and from the 911 calls that are just released, it seems like his timelines are pretty accurate. And I think, we've spoken to him and his family, and I know they're getting his phone analyzed, and they sent it out to an independent source through their attorney. And so they're going to have definitive proof of his timeline based upon his phone data. Because, the first thing he said when Jack blew through that door is he grabbed his phone and he looked at his phone. And it's like, that's like pretty.
And the phone can follow him. So that's the thing. I mean, with the GeoNet, they'll be able to tell his location. So according to his timeline, Jack came in at 5:15, and then they went straight down there. So there would be a record of that on his phone. Correct, Jody?
There should be. Yes. And there should be a record on other people's phones as well.
Right. Which we thought was interesting because law enforcement didn't take his phone. He offered it, but they didn't take it.
The only thing I don't know why they wouldn't have at the time, but maybe they just thought he was cooperating and they could get it if they needed it. I'm guessing. I have no idea why they wouldn't take. Why they wouldn't take something that was offered to them.
Yeah. What was bizarre is that the first time he was questioned, because they were still, I think, like a week and a half or early in a month after, I can't remember exactly the time when he was questioned by the OHB, which he actually called them. And then he gave them all the information on his phone. He says, you can have my phone if you need it. And they didn't take it. I think at that point, they were still kind of really exploring the idea that it could have been an accident, a hit and run. So that's probably why they didn't take it. But later on, like literally a couple weeks ago, he called them again and said, do you guys want to interview me? Because he was getting a lot of feedback on social media that, what he was saying was inaccurate. And to be perfectly honest, the amount of backlash this young man has taken on social media, because he's the only one coming out and telling the truth, or at least offering his side of the story on what happened or what he saw. Right.
This is what he saw. And a lot of people are just bashing it. What's really disturbing is that there's a lot of adults bashing him. I mean, we have to remember, these are kids.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, we know that adults were involved in this right from the beginning. They've inserted themselves right from the beginning as far as the cleanup and things like that. So there's a lot at stake here I think, from a lot of people, because there are distinctively conflicting statements about the body and the clothes, and that's huge. Yeah. And there's a distinctive timeline that should be verifiable for the most part, especially with his phone.
Yeah. Well, I want to get back to, before I got off a train of thought there, but one of the other things he offered them after he went and spoke to the OHB in person. First he called them, and then he went and spoke to them there, and then they were like, oh yeah, you can come in if you wanted. And then he when someone offers to come in when they're related to a death case, I would think that they'd want to hear from him. And so he went in there and he spoke to them. And at the end of that conversation, he offered again his phone, and they said, no, we don't need to have your phone. So to me, it just seems, unless they've already created they already have enough information right now to kind of decide what they think it is. That would be the only reason why they would not take his information. What do you think?
Well, to me, I mean that could possibly be the case. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know I really don't know who they've talked to, other than I know they've talked to Kaden, and I know that Jack has given some statements and some interviews, but I don't know much of what he said in the beginning. But to me, I would love to have a piece of evidence that could corroborate a story. And if that phone corroborates his version of a timeline, that could be huge, because that puts multiple people at that scene way before the officials get involved.
It's about 45 minutes.
Important. Right. And what's even more so is there's clearly a difference in stories about how Noah looked, what he was wearing, how he was positioned. Those kind of things are distinctively different. And if you have a piece of physical evidence that can be used as corroboration, it can be used in an affidavit, it can be used for search warrants, it can be used for all sorts of things. I would jump at that. So yeah. I don't know what they're thinking, and I mean, maybe they have a good reason why they don't think they need it, or they really don't want it. But to me, that would be a very viable piece of physical evidence that could corroborate a timeline.
Yeah.
Which then, when you have that, now you know who sits on what side of that timeline.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, that's the biggest problem, is that, there is no definitive timeline. And right now, based upon everything that we've heard, the only timeline that makes sense and will be able to be proved soon, once he gets his phone data back, is Kaden's, because he's the only one offering a kind of definitive. And the only other timeline we know about is when the 911 calls were made, and they weren't made right away.
Right. They were made right before 6 o'clock, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But we know, well, his phone should corroborate that his mother called him at 2:42 or 2:43 about the cousin. And I think unless he made a mistake when he looked at it, I don't think he would make that up, about his cousin and all of that stuff. It flows very, very well.
Yeah.
So you know that. You then know that the next time is the post by Jasmine at 3:41 saying Noah is missing. So you have that post. And then you connect that to, again, going back to Kaden's phone at 5:15. Well, that won't be on the phone, but he's saying he looked at it.
Exactly.
What will be on the phone is the geo-tracking.
Right. So they went down there. He said 5 minutes later. So like at 5:20, you would know, yeah. 5:25, the latest, you would know that he's on the move.
Right.
And where is he located? If he's located at the scene, it'd be on his phone.
Right. And you also have, there's other people involved. You have Tyler, what's his name?
There's two Tylers.
We don't know the last name of the one, but Tyler Harding.
Tyler Harding, I believe, is the first one that called and said that it looks like it was a hit and run or a deer or whatever. And then the second one is another Tyler. And then he said that he was standing back as it was a body.
I thought Tyler Hardy was the one who stayed there at the body.
Yeah, apparently there was a group of, there was at least 2 or 3 people in there, and then Jack's father was called.
Right.
Yeah, I think his name is Caleb.
Yes.
Caleb. Right.
And there were local volunteer fire department. I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of them. Exactly. And then, there was a People magazine article that came out online, and they interviewed the Jefferson County sheriff and the undersheriff. And, and one of the quotes is here: "What Wilson saw that morning was this. He says Noah was naked and on his back with a couple of teeth laying next to his body." So he says there was blood on the scene, but not as much as there would have been. Let me put it that way, Wilson says. Even if you were hit by a passenger car by highway speeds that night, there should have been a lot more blood.
Right.
Yeah.
And the shorts that were that were there on site, he was naked, but the shorts that they picked up were not black shorts. They were white printed shorts, whatever that means, and this is very important, with no signs of any damage to them. Now, from his body injuries, white shorts would have been a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shorts are,
those things are huge.
The shorts make no sense. And Kaden said when he came down there with the other 2 boys, and I think it was Isaac and Mikey.
Yes. And one other person.
And Braylon Sweat. Yeah. So those 3 and Kaden went down there, and Noah had black shorts on.
Right.
What happened to the black shorts? And then later, Jack gave Dalen black shorts.
And then the OHP officer, who we know, he said that he didn't have any shorts on. He was naked.
Right. And that's what the ME said.
And that's what the 911 caller said.
Right. So in between 5:15 and before 6 o'clock, we know Noah didn't take his shorts off.
Yeah.
Right. So somebody took his shorts. Why would somebody take his shorts?
And Kaden didn't, because he was told to leave.
Right.
Right.
Before the call, he was there literally probably like maybe
5 minutes,
10 minutes, maybe tops.
And they were told, the 3 of them were told to leave.
Right.
And Jack stayed.
The 4 of them.
4 of them, yeah. And Jack stayed.
There were 5 there, including Jack.
Sorry, yes. So the 4 of them were told to leave, and Jack stayed.
And Jack stayed. Right. And then the next ones that come is Renee, and I don't know if her husband was with her. I can't remember that, but Jasmine's mom and dad. Mom, for sure.
Yes. Yeah. At least
and that was like 6:30. And they said they had been there for about a half hour. So they got there around 6 too.
Mm-hmm.
Cook Unity is a direct-to-chef marketplace. Choose from hundreds of weekly menu items.
So it just doesn't make sense. There's a huge break there and a huge difference. And if you can corroborate through physical evidence Kaden's story and timeline, that puts a whole different spin on what the others have said.
Yeah.
I don't know what the 3 boys, I don't know what Braylon, do you know what they've said? Braylon
we have
Isaac.
Information that, people have told us. We haven't spoken to them ourselves. We would love to talk to them. And if you're listening, guys, you have the same platform as Kaden does. And, but I know other people have close, either family members or people that are looking into this. I believe the private investigator, Kathy, who we're going to have on next week, she's spoken to all the kids.
Oh, good.
She's spoken to everybody, and she's recorded their conversations, and she's documented it. So,
Right.
I can't remember what she said about that, but we'll get into that next week. But she's got a good line on, and she did that early on. So she has fresh information because she grew up, she knows that area. She lives in that area. She knows all these kids. So she just went in and dove right in, and thank God she did. And, but yeah, we don't know exactly what just a little bit of a highlight. She did say some were more deceptive than others. And, based upon just the way they tell the story and their reaction to what happened, something like that trauma. That extreme trauma for these young people to kind of experience. And she kind of based some of her opinion based upon how they reacted to her questions and how they were telling their story. But
Right.
she also said Kaden his story seemed rock solid.
Yeah.
So that's another person who questioned him.
Right. Well, and the shoes in the ME's report, they noted about the shoes as well. The shoes were mismatched. We know that one of them belonged to Kaden. But they both one had more than the other, but they both had grass and dirt inside them. Now remember, they were still on his feet.
Yeah.
Which is very strange. Like I said, in an accident, usually you get knocked out of your shoes almost immediately. Even if you're inside of a car, you'll get knocked out of your shoes. I don't know the dynamics of it, but I've seen it 1,000 times.
Well, yeah, any kind of force can knock you out of your shoes no matter how tight they are.
Right. And so, but the shoes had dirt and grass inside them. He's on the road. As far as I know, there's no evidence that he was hit anyplace else. He's on the road. There's just so much that doesn't make sense about all of that.
Well, let's go back to the shorts. White shorts. Okay, if his shoes had grass and dirt in it, his shorts would have had something on them. They wouldn't have been clean.
Right. Oh, and the shoes showed no sign of damage. That's the other thing. The shoes showed no sign of damage. I guarantee you, if he would have somehow managed to keep his shoes on, being struck by a vehicle like that, he had to have been drugged at some point. He didn't have a lot of road rash, but he had those little tiny, little bruising and abrasions all over his body.
Yeah.
And so his shoes would have been scraped up. They would have been damaged. They should have been bloodied, or they should have been damaged and scraped, and they weren't.
One of the other theories that has been touted that we've been seeing popping up is that he could have been riding in a truck and fell out the back of a truck, and that could have happened. But I still don't understand how his shorts come off.
But if that's what happened and it was an accident, why wouldn't they just say?
Right. Why wouldn't they just say, and why take those black shorts and leave a pair of white ones unless
it makes
they
no
were
sense.
underneath? It makes no sense.
Well, I just think there was a lot of people, like I said before. I mean, Tyler Harding, is that his name, or Hardy? Or
Hardy.
Hardy. I mean, if he was one of the first people to arrive, and why do you wait like close to 45 minutes before you call 911?
Right. Well, according to that article, he was there when Jack pulled up.
Yeah.
And Jack said
he
stumbled on the accident.
Right. But I mean, wasn't Tyler there?
I'm sorry.
When he called 911, wasn't Tyler there? So
yeah.
No, but it was called almost just before 6 o'clock.
Right.
Jack came in and basically alerted everybody at the house at 5:15 that Noah was dead. So, and he was probably there. I don't know when he was he saw it. That's the thing about the timeline that gets kind of murky, is like, when did Jack see it? So that's why it's super important, like you said, to confirm Kaden's timeline and verify that. And hopefully we'll have that information soon. And then that can be the baseline for, what Jack says and what everybody else says. Because otherwise it just seems like they waited almost 40 minutes before calling 911. Why, I mean, I know it's out there in a rural area and it takes but why would you be standing around a body and not call 911 right away? You see, if you roll up on something, you see a dead body, the first thing you do is call 911.
Right.
You're not waiting and deliberating over it.
Right. When Kaden is there, and the other boys, presumably, at 5:25, Caleb isn't there. But when the sheriff's there at around 6 o'clock, Jack and Caleb are both there.
Yep.
So there's just, and in between that time, he goes from being dressed in black shorts and mismatched shoes to having just the shoes on with a pair of white shorts that are pristine, basically.
That are folded next to him.
Right. It, I mean, that just isn't a natural occurrence or event.
Yeah.
There's something desperately wrong. And that's why that phone, if it can corroborate, if it can confirm Caleb's timeline, that's huge in my book to the investigation.
Yeah.
I mean, for them to do GeoNet on all the phones, like all the boys and the girls that were there, how long would that process normally take?
I have no idea. I don't know what the capabilities are for something like that in Oklahoma. I mean, they should probably be able to do that at their state crime lab, but I don't know that for a fact. But I don't think it's a particularly difficult process to do if they have the technology to do it.
Yeah, I would imagine the hardest part is collecting all of the phones would probably
Right.
be the hard, and finding out,
I heard about Brandy first when I was in 7th grade. The reason why I liked it, because everyone else liked it.
Right.
It just.
I mean, it shouldn't take this long. It's been almost a year.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I'm sure they have the data, and I think they do, and I can double check with the OHB to see if they've already gotten results for that, and I'm just curious to see how.
So that's actually a misconception. They don't need the phones to do it, and it's not anything to do with particular phones. That would be like they would need a search warrant to do that. That would be like, getting the data for the individual the individual person's phone. But what a geofence does is you set a certain perimeter of boundary, like, say from this place right here at mile marker such and such, and then in a radius of this far. So, for example, from the party house to where Noah's body was found, any phone that was in the phone during this said time, and then you have to set a window of time and have to set that distance, it will tell you, regardless of whether it was people at the party, whether it was random passerbys, it does not discriminate. Anybody that phone went into that little bubble and that circle at that time is going to be in the data dump. That's how it works. They don't physically need the phone. It has nothing to do with the phone. It knows if you crossed into that data, into that circle, because your phone is always constantly connecting to towers and saying, hey, I'm over here, I'm over here, I'm over here. So that is I just wanted to clarify that, because that is actually a misconception, and that if they had the data for that, I'll be nice and say a week after they did it, because I've seen it done in a day.
Thank you very much.
And I learned that working with Ashley on Alex's case, so shout out to Ashley for that.
Shout out.
They're working the case now, because this case has gotten a lot of attention. It's an international case now. It's not even like just national. It's international. I mean, it's caught the imagination of a lot of people, and I think the reason that's the case is because things just don't add up.
No.
Things don't add up, and that Kaden is probably one of the only ones that have. I mean, I'm sure there's other kids that were at the party who have spoken to police, and we don't know what their statements are. We just know that the level of social media posts on this case is through the roof, and people are just people discussing it on our page, on all these other Facebook pages that are dedicated to Noah. It's just it's through the roof, and it's hard to see the forest through the trees, because you have everybody interjecting their own opinion on what they think is going on, and I'm sure that's not making it easy for law enforcement. But they're used to blocking out the noise. But at the same point, do they even kind of consider some of these theories that are being thrown out? Because we also get reached out by people that are in the area that know a lot of the people. We've had a lot of conversations with people who've reached out to us who are connected in that area. I won't say how they're connected, but they're they're offering up a lot of information, and we can go down the rabbit hole all day long, but we have to we're vetting all this information out, and like I said, it didn't look good for the family to lawyer up so quickly unless they really thought they were worried about the social hosting part, which, obviously it's something. If someone was at your party, and they left and they were drunk and they were, underage and they showed up dead, that would be something to worry about. I would lawyer up too, to make sure to protect my family and my house and my land. So that makes sense. But if that's the case, why don't you say that? And if they did say that, I didn't see it. It just seems like they just go on. Everybody goes on the attack on either side, and and I know it's really difficult because they're living it, but it's not helping the case.
Well, there's also been victim shaming, saying that Noah was drinking and he took a bottle of whiskey, and it's like, you know what?
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images.
I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Okay. Victim shaming drives me crazy. The person is not alive.
I mean, we know he was drinking, though.
Everybody was drinking.
Everybody was drinking.
I mean, it makes no sense. It's like you're gonna blame the victim for this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just wrong, and it's not fair to the family, and it's not fair to his friends and the people that love him. I mean, that's mean.
Yeah.
So, and also with Kaden, he's been very brave to come out. I mean, getting bullied is not fun, and he's a young guy. He's only 19 years old. He's lost, most of his friends for coming out and saying, what he saw and what he knows to be true. And I think it's really unfair that people are attacking him. Yeah. And then, we're not saying who did it or who didn't do it. We're just putting out information, and we believe Kaden's story. It hasn't changed. He's telling the truth.
Right. I think he's credible. I really do. And they don't need physical phones to do that. We did, look at the phone data we had on the Molly and Colt case. We didn't have those phones.
Yeah.
So they don't need those physical phones to do those kind of things. So,
and that would be interesting to see if they have all that information too. Like you went through, is just the back and forth, who called who, the level of phone traffic. Because as we know, when you dove into Molly and Colt, that level of phone traffic, it skyrocketed right after that disappearance and that car chase.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, those kind of things can break something wide open.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
And because you can see where they are and who they're calling and.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, I'd be relying pretty heavily on that. And, I can understand the lawyering up part. I really can with today's.
Yeah.
It's pretty litigious.
Oh, yeah.
I can understand that, but the shaming part of it, the coming after somebody for, telling their side of the story one way or the other, I tend to believe Kaden.
Yeah.
They don't have to believe him. The police don't have to believe him. But if his story can be corroborated somehow, some way, and the phone might do it, then that is a possible break in the case, because that automatically then somebody's not telling the truth.
Yeah. Right.
So why? And those shorts, just why take somebody's shorts? There's only one reason to take shorts off of a body, and that's because you think there's some evidence on it.
Yeah, and if we're wrong on the timeline, and we'll find out if we are, I mean, we just, we actually reached out to Tyler right after his name kind of broke online in a news article, which he didn't even contribute to. They just kind of threw it out there, and he was on his way to a vacation, so we haven't reconnected with him again yet. But if I'd love to hear, exactly when he showed up, what he saw, and when he called, the actual time he called 911. And, because we didn't, there's no timestamp on the 911 calls, which I thought was interesting.
That's very weird.
Isn't that weird?
Well, they just might not have released it. We haven't heard the raw. We've only heard it
Well, no, I think I can't remember if Robin or Dalen of the Noah's family, if they heard it, and because it was released. It was the other thing too was interesting is they released it to Fox News, but they didn't. The family asked for it, and they didn't release it to them, but they released it to Fox News. So, which I found was kind of interesting.
And then they did give it to the family.
And then they eventually gave it to the family, but it was after the
fact. But did they give it with the time I don't.
They don't have timestamps either.
Well, that's strange. I mean, that's. I mean, everything is time-stamped in law enforcement.
I know.
Every transmission is time-stamped.
I know. And it's normally like baked into the recording.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's just
it's a little strange.
And I've never heard a call, especially.
Right. I've never heard a 911 call without the time.
No.
And even in Molly and Colt's case, it says the time.
Right.
Yeah, it's the county over, and their department is pretty tiny. I mean, Love County Sheriff's Department is like tiny.
I mean, even if it's tiny, they probably keep, even if they don't have a fully automated system. I don't know what their system is, but even if they have a dispatcher, they keep they usually always keep a log, log, you know.
And maybe that's how they do it. And maybe that's how they do it.
Every transmission.
Maybe because it's so small, that's what they do. They write it in a log, but.
Yeah, and we're still digging into that, and we'll find out if that's also. I mean, but based upon everything, the reports, news reports, and the People magazine, I'm pretty sure they said it was right before 6 o'clock that the 911 calls came in.
Right, I think it was like 6:54 or 3 or something like that. Yeah, it was so close.
That's. You mean 5:54?
5:54, yeah.
5:54, yeah, 5:54 or 5:53, something like that.
So that to me is just kind of weird. The weird that they get alerted at the house at 5:15 by Jack that Noah's dead.
Pay, get paid. Shop online and in-store. Check out the Venmo Teen account.
And that was the moment that I realized the power of fresh food.
Right.
And then the 911 calls don't happen till like almost 40 minutes later.
Right. It's crazy. Plus, not only is his physical description different as far as what he was wearing when Caleb saw him, as opposed to when the police got there, when Caden
saw him. Caden, not Caleb. Say that part again.
I'm sorry. Yeah, when Caden saw him, as opposed to when Tyler saw him, and the police saw him. The position of the body was slightly different as well. So that could be because when they took the shorts off, they moved the body.
How hard would it have been to take shorts off of him and with all those injuries?
I mean, he's dead.
Actually, so. I mean, it probably wouldn't have been all that hard. It would have been.
I don't think it'd be hard at all.
His lower extremities were not damaged too much. There were no fractures, something like that. It was his back, it was his upper body, his spine, his upper body.
His torso.
So, but I don't understand what him being naked was about. I just don't understand why they did that.
Well, that's huge. I mean, to me, that's huge. You've got somebody saying, I saw him at around 5:30 in the morning, and he was dead. He was positioned like this, and he had the black shorts that he was wearing at the party. You've got video of him on with the black shorts on at the party.
Yeah.
Right. So that's one story. But everybody else who came after that, he's naked.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't take them off by himself. So either Caden's not telling the truth, which I don't think is the case, or somebody removed those shorts for some reason. And I have no idea about the white shorts. That doesn't even.
Yeah.
The ME's report said they were said to be Noah's, but I don't know if that was ever confirmed.
Yeah.
No, he had tan shorts on apparently the day before, but no one that we've spoken to saw him in white shorts.
Yeah. And then the other thing that was interesting is the coroner, and I think we talked about this, the first coroner showed up and was only there for a period of time and then had to leave because there was another situation. Because apparently, and this is what I was told, in the state of Oklahoma, there's like only 2 coroners in the state of Oklahoma.
In
which
the
I
whole
found,
state?
I don't know. That's what but they had to wait a while for the second coroner to come. So, Noah's body was basically there from when he died, early in the morning, and till like almost dinner time.
Yeah, that was a long time. I mean, yeah, like I said, I've had bodies that have been on scene for long, for hours.
Yeah.
But that's an extremely long time for one person.
Yeah.
I'm talking about larger scenes where you've just got a massive casualty. Yeah.
Yep.
But no, that seems like a long time. But
Yeah,
again,
because you don't have any accidents. You just have a body there that was just like dropped there. So you don't have a car, you don't have a truck, no one's, everyone, they initially said it was a hit and run, and then everybody rolled up on it. Even in the People magazine article that just was released, even the sheriff said there was no evidence of a hit and run. It just didn't look right. And he says it didn't look right.
Right. And you know what, sometimes that's the best you can get is, my gut's telling me it's not right. It doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Usually you can articulate why. And I suspect part of it was because there was not enough blood at the scene to reflect the injuries that they saw. That would be a big one.
Yeah.
It's very strange to me.
Well, hopefully we can get information from the other, because he was, Kaden went there with those 3 other guys,
right?
Isaac, Mikey, and Braylon, and Jack was already at the scene.
Yeah.
So
well, and the other thing that's interesting to me that Kaden is very sure about was when he went to bed or when he went to sleep on the couch, he knew who was around him and where they were.
Because he was sober.
Right. But when he was awakened at 5:15, Isaac and Braylon had switched positions. Well, what happened in between that time? Well, one thing that happened in between that time is there's a 341 post that Noah went missing. So obviously those 2 guys had gotten up during the night for something, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of information here. It's just a matter of being.
And what was interesting about that post by that girl, I can't remember her name.
Jasmine.
Is that her shirt was wet as well.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. I noticed she was smiling, like
she was smiling, and her shirt, you could tell her shirt was wet. So I don't know, and I mean, because the only reason I'd say that is because they've been throwing around this story about Noah taking a shower and someone washing him off from dirt and all that kind of stuff, and I don't,
My thing is this: all these girls were documenting everything on social media all weekend long with Noah. Good-looking kid. All the girls loved him. It was obvious. They were all like writing on him and all the stuff. If they gave him a shower, why didn't anybody document it? Why? Yeah. Well, are you kidding? Like if they documented them writing on his butt.
Oh, that stick figure or whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean they were
drawing on him with a magic
taking
marker.
photos and video of him doing all these things. I just don't believe that they would have not taped, filmed, or at least took pictures of the girls giving him a shower.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't make sense.
No.
You're documenting everything that's happened. Why not that part? Because that would have been like, ooh, look, we gave Noah a shower. Right. We drew all over him.
Right. Well, and the other thing that was interesting in the ME's report was that, the ME gives a scenario of what they were told led up to all of this. And one of the statements in there is that he was said to have had a fight with his girlfriend after the side-by-side accident, that he went back and that he had a fight with his girlfriend. And I thought, well, which one of those was his girlfriend? Because
none of them. His girlfriend wasn't there.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was trying to.
They said he had an argument with Avery Jo because he wanted to go stay in her room, but there wasn't really anyone else that corroborated that. And then the other question I had was that if one of the stories was that they fed him and gave him a shower, would the ME have commented on the contents of his stomach?
He did.
Was there anything in it?
There was, but it wasn't. It was digested, I think. There wasn't anything identifiable in it.
If he had eaten a lot
or eaten something,
I mean, like ate a meal at like 3 o'clock in the morning or 3:30.
Oh, there would be identifiable food at that point.
Yeah, because that means he would have been dead like an hour later.
How long would it take to digest a meal? It takes like 4 hours.
At least. Yeah,
right.
To be full. Yeah.
So if he had eaten
a couple hours, there would probably be, if it was food,
right.
There would be something that they could say, this is what this is.
He didn't eat a meal then, because it would have shown up.
Well, let me just, or I can check it later, but I know it's
check it. Check it out.
Check it out.
Yeah, we have a
second. Check it out now.
Yeah, check it out now.
Let me just see.
This is a big question.
I remember seeing the stomach contents.
Everyone keeps asking.
Torso, extremities, weights. Okay.
Yeah, as far as the whole ATV or the side-by-side ATV thing, I mean, Kaden was asleep for like 45 minutes. He doesn't remember anything or seeing. He knew that they were driving stuff around, but he doesn't remember an accident of any kind.
Yeah.
Here's
the statement. The esophagus, stomach, small bowel, appendix, and colon were unremarkable. The remainder of the stomach content was approximately 40 milliliter of mucoid tan fluid.
Beer.
Something to that effect.
Yeah.
Recent food would show up.
Yeah. So it was probably beer.
Yeah.
So much for that. They didn't feed him.
Not any time close to when he died.
Yeah.
So then that's not true then. So that was a big story that was going around, that they fed him, they gave him a shower, it was a whole big thing, and then I guess not.
I remember Kaden remarking about the concrete being wet outside when he was collecting up the beer.
Well, that was the thing. That's what made me allude to the fact that Jasmine's shirt was wet at the time that she posted that Noah was missing at 3:41.
Yeah. Well, I guarantee you they couldn't have given him a shower or cleaned him up after those injuries were incurred. They wouldn't be able to even
hold him up.
I mean,
so awful.
It's just, but I don't like the fact that there's grass and dirt inside his shoes. He looks to me like he was drugged at some point on some pretty rough terrain, I'm guessing. But he doesn't have a lot of road rash, like he, slid across the asphalt too much.
Yeah, even the sheriff commented the same thing in the People magazine, said that he didn't see that as well.
Right.
So, and he said there would be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
Of course.
Definitely.
But that's the thing. Like, if it was an accident, why not just say that? Why hide this?
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense.
It was a dream to return to the world of Dune, getting to see Denis bring his full.
There's a lot of that's why I'm saying if there's some way to corroborate, even if it's Kaden's story, if anybody's story can be corroborated with physical evidence, with forensic evidence that you could you could take into a court of law, or you could take in to get a search warrant or whatever you needed. I mean, that would split this wide open because you have such large contradictions on both sides here.
Yeah.
It can't be both. And it can't be natural. Noah could not have taken those shorts off himself. And even if he did, what did he do with them? They weren't there.
Well, Jack gave them to Dalen later.
Which is, I did not know that before. That's, how did Jack get them?
Don't know.
Unless he's saying they were from the night before, because didn't his dad give away pieces of his shirt, of Noah's shirt, the next day?
Yeah, he had. Yeah, I mean, he went there with a shirt on. I mean,
we don't know.
They never got anything back from Noah's. They got the shorts. There was a set of golf clubs that was there. That never came up, and you heard what he said that he saw in the the dumpster at. So I mean, not that was Noah's clubs, but he described it exactly how Dalen described to us what the clubs look like. They were mismatched.
They should be
clubs.
Collected. They should have been
gone.
collected and examined forensically.
They're gone.
Blood, hair, tissue.
They're gone. But the way Dalen described those clubs, he goes, "Yeah, I got him." He was saying, I was getting him into golf because he said he wanted to get into golf. And so I'm into golf. So I got him a set of, they weren't expensive. There's like mismatched clubs that he got somewhere. And those are the exact words that Kaden, and he knows nothing about golf. And those are the exact words. He goes, "Yeah, they were just a bunch of mismatched clubs." And then one of them was bent.
Yeah, like the driver. I think he described
it was like an iron
driver.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, these are all these kind of little kind of words and descriptions that kind of, and that was it. Then no clubs. The only thing they got back was the shorts, and he had a shirt. He had his hat, and we've heard about what happened to his hat.
Right, which is
exactly, which
weird.
I don't even know if we talked about that yet. We haven't even talked about that yet. And we're going to get into that, I think, with Kathy when we have her on. Because I think she's
weird.
It's weird
That's
too.
Very strange.
We would love to talk to Jack because he was his best friend. We're not saying that he did anything, but there's things that are concerning. I wouldn't want all these different things flying around about me if that was my best friend. That's all I'm saying. And, no one's accusing him, but there are a lot of questions. Like, what's the deal?
And like I said, it's not just, they're significant contradictions. Significant. Right. So that if you can confirm one.
Right. Then, you can
then
kind of
you've
build.
got issues with everybody who's on the other side.
Yeah. You got a baseline.
Yeah. I mean, there has to be some kind of.
And.
But we do believe Kaden. He has no reason to lie. And because he came out and told his story, he's just getting bullied and attacked.
Yeah.
And that's not right either.
No.
I get all these true crime people, and, we've been producing television for many years. This is a phenomena that's different. This is a live investigation that's being played out on social media in real time. It's actually unique in that sense. I don't think we've seen a case like this except for when we did Up and Vanished.
Up and Vanished, Molly.
But Tara Grinstead too. But it's pretty volatile, and people can be really mean on social media, and they've said a lot of mean things. There's been a lot of support for Kaden. I would say 99% of it has been support for Kaden for being, strong enough to tell a story. But there has been people that have said some really horrible things, not only about Kaden, but Noah.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't understand that at all. I mean, that's not right.
No, it's not right. And I'm telling you, I've seen it happen more times than not. When believe it or not, when people do stuff like that, when they say things like that, karma tends to come around quicker than you think.
Yeah.
And I've seen it. I mean,
Cook Unity is a direct-to-chef marketplace. Choose from hundreds of weekly menu items.
Yeah.
There's
I believe
no
that too.
reason for it.
No,
And, it's a small town.
And it's a small town, and it's getting like the Hatfields and McCoys there. You got the two
Right.
different families, and it's foolish because everybody. I mean, Noah was the ultimate victim, but this is something everybody's going to have to live with for the rest of their lives.
Right.
This incident, and
these kids are traumatized.
Yeah.
I mean, Kaden, he had to get counseling. This is, who wants to wake up from a dead sleep after hanging out with your friends and find out one of them's dead, and nobody knows what happened to him. I mean, that's really scary.
Yeah.
And then when you're trying to help, you start getting attacked.
There's no reason for him to lie.
No, there's no reason for him to lie. In fact, there's, I mean, like I said, Noah was wearing one of his shoes. I mean, he's right smack in the middle of this, whether he wants to be or not.
Exactly.
And he's never tried to bury that. He's never tried to explain it. He doesn't know how it happened or when it happened.
Well, they were even telling him that he pushed over the ATV when he's recovering from an ACL meniscus.
There's no way.
I mean, he's a big kid. He's 6'3", 260. But, he said, he goes, I was walking around like an old man. He goes, if I put any leverage on my leg, my leg would have collapsed. So they're even lying about that, Right.
Yeah.
So,
it's sad. These cases are brutal. They're so sad.
Yeah.
It really is.
Well, listen, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks, Jody. It's so good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you too. Thank you.
Yeah, just we'll keep feeding you some information, keep up on the date. We'd definitely always like to hear your opinion and pick that police.
I hope they can come to a resolution quickly on this one.
Yeah. Well, I think after almost 10 months now, and they haven't. There's no. I don't know if they've done any warrants. We know they haven't arrested anybody. They haven't searched the property, and I do believe there might be a little bit of Native American land type thing that is preventing them from possibly getting onto that land. I've read a little bit about that, which would obviously, it's sovereign land, so regular law enforcement can't just jump on there, even with a warrant. So they have to go through the other proper channels. We're dealing with that on the Molly case too.
Right.
But ideally, if it was my land, I would like, hey, come check it out.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. I mean, a child is dead. I mean, let's not forget this. He was just a child. He's only 19. It's not even. Wasn't even legal. I mean, that's the thing. It's like everybody's forgetting that these were just a bunch of kids partying all weekend.
Right. Like, and who hasn't been there?
Right.
Who hasn't done that? Been there?
Kid. Anyone's kid could have ended up dead like that. So what in the hell happened? You'd want to know as a parent.
Right.
You'd want to know. Make sure your kids are safe. Yeah, it's okay to party and do all the stuff. We all did it. Come on.
Right.
But no one died.
Right.
That's what people are forgetting. There's all this nonsense back and forth.
Yeah.
Someone died, and that family deserves to know what happened to him.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
all
right, Jody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll check in with you later.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good one.
Wait, hold on.
Thinking I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat. If you
That was good. That was real good. I think he's pretty smart. Like I have one thing though. I had like a question, or not really a question, but like a comment, I guess, so to speak, for the people that are like say hating on Kaden or whatever, right? For whatever reason, if they think that he's lying, or if they think that they know the truth, or whatever. What if just so happens, you know what I mean, that all that he said is 100% factual, and turns out that, okay, maybe they're was something else nefarious that happened. He didn't witness this, but it did happen. And then there's arrests possibly made, with other people. Are those people gonna apologize to Kaden? Are they gonna have a change of thought process to say, oh well, maybe we shouldn't jump to conclusions, shit like that? You know what I'm saying?
Highly unlikely.
Very highly unlikely. But it's just a thing that I was thinking of, like, all these people that are hating on the kid that pretty much is the only person that has spoken out, publicly or whatever. And a lot of them probably don't know exactly anything that really went down. It's one of those things. I find it strange.
It's that monkey see, monkey do.
Right. And a lot of them will probably hold some kind of friendship with the other family, so they think they're being some kind of loyal.
Right.
Yeah.
And ultimately, they're getting attaboyed, for who can go and say the meanest thing and cause the most, stir the most shit. You're gonna get praised when you go back to that other group.
Right. Let it play out, and hopefully, justice actually is served, and well, we'll see if
Yeah, you're not supposed to be punished for doing the right thing, and you're not supposed to reward bad behavior.
Right. 100%. 100%. What do we got?
So everybody keeps asking about Noah's girlfriend. Did Noah have a girlfriend? Did Noah have a girlfriend? Well, from my understanding, he had several irons in the fire, and I'll leave it at that. However,
he was a pig.
The one that was most recent, that was not at the party, her name is Nevaeh, and I reached out to her.
Oh, this is what you were saying in somebody's chat.
Anonymous.
You're
Yeah.
telling me. Yeah. I've been in so many panels and stuff, so trying to become YouTube famous here.
All right, you sound like somebody else. What's next? You gonna have a wandering eye?
So this is Nevaeh. I keep staring at the sun, yep.
Fucking side eye.
And Nevaeh. What kind of name is Nevaeh?
Yeah, it's heaven spelled backwards.
Oh shit. Good job. I didn't even see it till now.
But the blue is me, and then this is Nevaeh.
All right. So do you want to review? And I'll be Nevaeh.
Yeah.
What's
yeah,
up?
I said, hey, Nevaeh. Hey, Nevaeh, I was hoping I could ask you a question.
What's up?
I said, so I've been covering Noah's case, and I've done a lot of note-taking along the way, and I've spoken with a couple of the kids at the party, and the thing I keep being told is that Jack and Noah were fighting over a girl. Was that girl you or Phelan? I've heard your names a lot, and I'm just trying to get an understanding of what could have been building up over the weekend, and ultimately ended up in Noah losing his life. You don't have to answer if you're not comfortable with it. I understand and respect your decision either way. I just thought I'd ask.
I'm not sure who exactly the girl is, but Noah and I had talked weeks before the party, and Noah had told me that Jack had slept with Phelan, and he was very hurt about it because Jack had lied to Noah when Noah asked him about it. Damn! No shit. That's what the fuck we were saying. What?
Yep. Another thing that Kaden and his mom did not lie about.
Right.
Because I went straight to the source. And Jack downplayed it and said, "Oh, we fought about girls and then we hugged and kissed
Right.
and cried and made." No,
Fuck.
there was clearly building animosity. Noah was hurt.
Yep.
And you know what boys do when they're hurt? They don't talk about it. They act like nothing's wrong. And I'm sure Noah was trying to get even. Even if he wasn't going to do anything with Carter, I guarantee you he was just the fact that he could and he knew it, and so did Jack, was enough.
Right. So that right there, if anything, and mind you, this is just, you know, what she has said,
Right.
would give motive
Right.
operandus. So
Right, and ultimately, you know, the three fights building up. It was okay. Well, why were they fighting? Well, if you know have this in your, you know, in the back of your mind, okay. Well, clearly there was tension already there, and the emotions and the alcohol were causing it to gradually escalate and ultimately come to a head, like most things do.
Absolutely, and we don't know that necessarily there was a fight before this party. Because remember, this isn't the first thing that he wanted to go to. He wanted to go to the thing with his aunt.
Right, right. And like she said, a couple of weeks prior, when Noah confronted Jack about this, Jack denied it and lied about it. So they were, you know, they were just, you know how boys are. They just not really, not talking about it, but not, you know, not fucking with each other. Just not, you know, just you could tell if you were friends with them that there was something, you know, different, but they are not addressing it. Because ultimately, when their feelings are involved and feelings are hurt, you know, they're going to try to mask it with, oh, I'm gonna, you know, I'm too tough for feelings or whatever. But clearly,
right, and
Jack hurt Noah.
They're young adults, so of course there's that pride, you know.
The pride, the ego, and ultimately the alcohol did not help any of that.
Well, it helped
because it gives you a little bit more pride and a little bit more ego and a lot less common sense, and the patience runs thin. Right. But I think Noah, and this is just my opinion from the body language and from just the stories that I've heard and just me building my own, forming my own opinion, that I think that Noah was fucking with Jack. I think he was fucking with him hard. I think the fact that Noah knew that he could have Carter if he wanted her, and Jack knew it. I think he was just, the thought of it was driving Jack nuts.
Right.
That's why he flipped out. Oh, they were in the corner talking and they had their backs to everybody else. Oh, that makes more sense when you factor in what I just told you.
Right. Well, he already banged out Avery, right?
Right.
So, and then there's, you know, stipulations, rumor, or whatever, and this is from the mom. I don't know why the fuck she would say this, but
right, yeah, like it's a flex, right?
Possibly he banged out the mom. So then, if that's true, then fucking Jack
Carter would be the last one.
Yeah, Carter.
Right. Well, and just even aside from all of that, Jack has a guilty conscience from knowing what he did. So in the back of his mind, he knows he deserves it if Noah does it back.
Right.
So that is eating him up, and where he thinks that he can't have her out of his sight, or, you know, and ultimately being, you know, smothering.
Right, right. And then look at all the pictures, though. Remember? Okay, so look at all the pictures. Who's always in all the pictures with Noah?
Carter.
Carter.
Yeah. And everybody that I've talked to that was at the party, some wanted to remain anonymous, and then the obvious ones that we know, you know, Kaden said that everybody knows, it is common knowledge that when alcohol is involved, Carter is visibly attracted to Noah.
Damn. Like,
and if everybody else knew it, you're not going to convince me that Noah didn't know it. And the fact that Noah knew it means that he was, absolutely, he was just fucking with Jack. Like, oh, how does it feel? You know, just the fact that you know you deserve it, and I have the ability to do it. Will I do it? Will I not? Will I do it? Will I not? I don't know. You might go crazy first, you know. But just the fact that he knows that he can was enough. And then you got to keep in mind, Carter was also the other person who gave him the shower, allegedly. Is that what brought this all full circle?
Well, that would, so then it would go back to, why would Jack want him to come back to the party so bad?
What if it wasn't Jack and it was Carter?
Well,
I haven't seen phone records. I mean, who's to say it was? Who's to say it was even Jack? You know, or maybe Carter was like, oh, you know, my sister wants Noah to come or whatever. But in all reality, she was wanting him to come back. But I honestly do think Avery wanted him there too. But I think she was like, if you want all your little, my little sister's gonna bring all her little baby ass friends here, you better bring Noah so that I'm getting laid, or ain't none of y'all gonna be drinking beer for you know, I ain't buying none of y'all beer, type deal.
So what if Carter was like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking smack that shit tonight, right? And that's why, you know, Avery's trying to hang up on Noah and shit, and he's like, look, get off me, you fat pig, I'm trying to fuck your sister over here.
Right. Maybe they ran off on the ATV together. You know, that's a possibility that very early on that I weighed out, you know, even before I knew the ins and outs of everything and everybody, just because of, you know, that would make more sense of why Jack would go into a rage, you know?
Right. Okay, so like Puff says, what's he saying? Maybe
is the shower just a figure of speech thing again? Maybe it was a shower with the hose. I've said that probably one of the first times I talked to Kaden, he mentioned that to me about that it looking like it was hosed off outside. That made more sense to me, that it would be more risky to bring him into the house and the bathtub thing, that if there was any shower involved, I guarantee you he got hosed off with the ATV right there on that patio, you know, wherever the concrete's wet at. But and then according to these bitches in this group, they don't even have a garden hose at the party house. Okay, that's suspicious.
Right.
Like, you could have not said that and I wouldn't have even said anything, but the fact that that's what you're going to say, okay, well, that means that's what we should be paying attention to. Because that's just a lie. That just don't make sense. It's a ranch house.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck? Come on now. You ain't going to have a hose out there to wash down the fucking dusty ass cars.
Right, that don't make it not a near lick of sense. Like,
what if here's the thing, it very well may possibly be Noah went with Carter in the ATV, did some dumb shit, you know, maybe got their bang on, maybe they didn't, but anyways, maybe he tips it over, you know, she rolls out, oops, sorry, stuck it in, you know what I mean, my bad.
And maybe Jack ran up on him, and the other thing, the Ranger with the swamp tires or whatever.
Right. You know what I mean? And then, like you said, they go, you know, well, let's watch.
And then Avery and Carter are arguing, screaming at the top of their lungs at each other on the front porch.
Talking
Keep
about
that in mind, and that would.
That was better. He's not.
Well, no, like, why did you? What, you have your own boyfriend? What did you know? Because that's all they said was about Noah. That Avery would have been pissed either way.
Right. And that would explain all of her, I don't know, weird ass fucking tiki-takis, Instagrammies.
No, she's just a hoe.
She's just a hoe. There's
with daddy issues, clearly.
Some hoes in this house.
So I said that's what I was told, and that they had tension between the two of them because of that, and alcohol just kind of brought it to a head. And I said, so from what I've gathered, and she responded to that and said, yes, most definitely.
Yes, most definitely.
I said, yeah, so what I've gathered from everything that I've heard in the last few months, this is what I think happened. I think Jack knew he hurt Noah, and that he wouldn't put his pride to the side and admit he was wrong and apologize. I think they both tried to act like it wasn't anything bothering them, because boys will be boys. And I think there was a gradual escalation over the weekend, and I think that Noah was probably flirting with Carter to piss Jack off, because he feels that he deserved it. So and you put alcohol on top of all that, and something can, turn out of control. Jack knew what he had done to Noah, so he was probably paranoid, anticipating Noah to retaliate because of his guilty conscience, and ultimately he knows he deserved the shit.
The second I found out, I just had a gut feeling that Jack either knew something or did something, but it's not my position to sit and point fingers. God knows what happened, and whoever did it will be punished soon. My voice is all crackling and shit. It hurts to do that.
I said, I respect that. However, I have to disagree about the whole pointing fingers thing. I think they all fucking know what happened. And it's been a year and almost a year, and it's time for them to speak up and stop being cowards. Blows my mind that they can just go on like nothing happened and it's not eating them all alive. That's not normal. But thank you for answering my questions. I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Said, girl, you don't curse at me. I don't know who you think you is. So this Oklahoma right here. That was cool of her. I mean, to respond to the question.
I messaged Phelan too, but I didn't get a response from that thought.
She's gonna be like, I fucked up.
No. Yeah, no wonder why she's going to his grave and, a guilty conscience of Jesus Christ. Homie Hopper.
Right. Fucking homie Hopper. Okay. All right. You guys know how to, whoever's doing this, but kind of crazy. They keep having to state
this is Brooke
lie,
from the Sofa Sleuths, Stevie's cousin on the maternal side. Brooke.
Oh, I'm gonna expect a lot of fucked ups here. Lie, you don't forget things. Yeah. Yet he stated so many times he couldn't remember because he has had to talk about it so much. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Those statements really don't go hand. Not to mention his mother. You can hear her reminding him of so many things to say or bring up. Awful weird. Why is that awfully weird? This is Robbie Taylor. I clicked off it as soon as they blonde woman said the first 911 call sounded scripted. I might try to read the transcript instead. Motherfucker, learn how to spell first. Robbie Taylor is just as ridiculous as Justin's podcast. Hey, we just listened to that, guys. We thought it was pretty good. Right. I was like, OMG, you're one of them. Everything is a damn conspiracy. Say what? I arrived close to AM or 8 a.m. or a few minutes after. My stepdad called me 3 times. The first 2 I missed, and on the third call I picked up at 7:05. I jumped up and threw on clothes. I live 50 minutes away, so I'm pretty sure I arrived at 8:03. I'm going to assume AM. At the party house, or KP and a few other boys were still in the living room, so I went into the house and woke him up in the living room. Then I walked into AC bathroom to pee, came out, and KP was standing by the glass front door. frantically looking for his other hey dude. That's a shoe. I told him if we found it, we would give it to him. I walked back outside and snapped some pics of Noah's cooler before police could confiscate it because I figured we would need those pics down the road. I started picking up some trash, 2 empty beer cans and a paper plate. Renee said, "Sarah, I don't think you're doing any good. They already know there was a party here." That's just my nature. I'm a very tidy person. So I want to clean. It's how I feel I'm helping in certain situations. I remember KP was kind of limping. He was wearing a brace on his leg and he had curly hair. He was loading the back of his red Jeep, and a taller, skinnier kid with dark hair was helping him. They were loading up all their rifles, I believe. There was 2 rifles and they weren't secured in cases, so I told the boys, I don't think it's safe for y'all to drive home with these rifles. And they were polite and allowed Renee and her husband to put them in the back of their truck so the boys wouldn't be exposed, or no, be riding with rifles just open and exposed laying across the seats. I was scared if they hit a bump, one of those guns would go off. Renee Million agreed to transport the guns safely back to their homes. I told the police when they arrived what transpired, and they were okay with that since the rifles were not evidence and still are not considered evidence to this day. What the fuck? I don't know if I believe that bullshit. I also instructed those boys, if police reached out to you for questioning, please cooperate. AC and LJ made a list of partygoers that came and went, and that list was given to police that day during their questioning. Above is my call history from Verizon. I was in Wichita Falls when I received a call at 7:05, and that's my stepdad calling me. He was still at his home leaving to head to the scene since he's a volunteer firefighter. I then made a call at 7:34 a.m. when I was near Henrietta. How you say it? Henrietta. I'm sorry, Henrietta.
Henrietta, I think.
Yes, Henrietta. Terrell is 18 miles to Henrietta. I then called my sister at 7:44 a.m., I'm thinking, when I was on the east side of Henrietta, closer to Ringgold, which is 7 to 8 miles to AC home. I arrived at AC home, or maybe like 8:03 a.m. I stayed at AC house and never left from 8 a.m. until that evening. I'm not sure why my phone shows I am in Ryan.
Because you're in Ryan, bitch.
When I'm at AC house, but it does every time in tarot. It picks up as Ryan when I arrived at 8 a.m. KP and 3 other boys. What? We're still there. I would we're still there. Said they left shortly after I arrived. I think they were gone from the party house by 8:30 a.m. I'm working with an attorney to try to get my Live 360 location because it will give the exact times. But Renee, Jesse, and all the girls at the party can vouch. They saw me there that morning. Plus, the man has me passing by in my car at 7:59 a.m. So AC lives 2 miles north of the mini mart. So however long it took me to drive 2 miles at 65 miles per hour, that's why I say I arrived around or close to 8:03 a.m. Why does this show that I'm in Ryan? Oh, I like this lady. She got jokes. Here is a picture I snapped of Noah's cooler at 8:11 a.m. until it was at AC at 8:11 a.m. And KP and 3 other boys were still there. I watched them load their red Jeep up. I'm not sure why his mother is saying he was at home in Duncan 45 to 50 miles away at 8:30 a.m. Plus, they had the road closed by 8:30. So I'm thinking KP got stuck on the highway for a little bit trying to drive north on 81. Can we enhance this picture? Oh, there we go. What is it of?
She's saying this was Noah's cooler before the police confiscated it. However, she thinks that she's got a timestamp with a location. However, I debunked that with Elisha the other day when I showed them how easy it, or her and Kaden, how easy it is on iPhone. I could show y'all right now. As a matter of fact, let me share my screen, just so I can, just for shits and giggles, because.
Share your screen.
Okay, so if you have an iPhone.
Hey guys, shits.
If you have an iPhone and you go to your gallery, okay, which is where that's comes from. Hold on, let me pull this.
Yes, Mr. Fastness, he did say that.
Okay, I can choose any picture, but at random, let's just pick this one. And you see it says up here where the timestamp says July 16th, 2024 at 2:34, okay? Now I click here, I go to edit. Okay, I click on this little eye right here. That's going to bring down the metadata, which is the timestamp and all that. Okay, and if I click on this right here, assign a location. I can Terrell, Oklahoma. Boom, now I took the picture in Terrell, Oklahoma. Okay.
Oh, so essentially you could change the location of the picture.
I can also even go a step further and say I can change the date and the time as well.
Oh, snaps.
So what? Okay, move this out of the way. See here, adjust date and time, one selected photo. Now watch, I can put September the 4th, 9/4/2023, and then I can put 8:10 a.m. Well, 8:10 a.m. Let's make sure it says a.m. And then put adjust And now, look at the top. Terrell, September 4th, 2023 at 8:10 a.m.
Damn.
So her receipt is a little,
yeah.
I want to see, send me the original data and let me get the metadata. I don't want to see that little button you click. Just send me the original, not a screenshot, the original photo, and let me run it myself. Until then, you got nothing.
Debunked.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stevie. Thank you so much. But good try. That was an A for effort. I do give A for effort. That was the first time they've even tried to produce a receipt. However, you're going to have to be better than that. And if anybody's wondering, did I check the metadata on all Kaden's photos? You damn Skippy A right, I fucking did. And the fact that I had to show and teach him and his mom this, and they were both like, what? You can do that? Trust and believe. They weren't editing it. But I did my due diligence, and I ran the metadata just to be safe.
Yes,
I do.
Sweet.
But we do know it was from an Apple iPhone XR, if just to add that to your list of unnecessary, irrelevant ass information this bitch just gave us.
Right,
but apparently this was Noah's cooler.
Like, how would they know? Did it have his name on it?
Because she knows everything.
Like, why would you take a picture of Noah's cooler thinking we needed it later on down the road? It's kind of fucking odd. Is he the dead one? The Google Master. So how come she couldn't figure out how to change her thing from her being in Ryan?
Because that's her actual phone records from her Verizon. And what did that guy say in the Chris Watts case? Phone records don't lie.
Right.
People do.
Yeah.
You can't make it. You can't manipulate what cell phone tower your phone connected to when you made that call. It's indisputable.
Even if your phone is half away, you fuckers damn satellite. It ain't gonna happen. Hell no.
Yeah, it's based off of what tower your phone connected to at that time.
Right. Nice receipts. Now, let's see if some other people cough, do the same. What? Are they sick?
Yeah, they're full of shit.
In the folded shorts, why are they pushing? They were folded like it's suspicious police folded them. If they don't know that and gonna keep pushing that as a suspicious fact, it's very irresponsible. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, he really threw LE under the bus on some of his statements. Definitely didn't help them any. Who threw LE under the bus? Are they trying to say Kaden threw LE under the bus? No, they threw them fucking selves under the bus. I did actually listen to it. I have so many questions. I was going to say it again. What is this?
Screenshot. Yeah, you got it.
I took screenshots of the transcript so I can get it all down and post it when I get a few minutes free from work. Would appreciate if you could share the transcript with me. I prefer to read it because it's easier to take notes that way. Huh? So here are some of the issues I noticed while listening to KP's portion of the podcast. He seems to have a lot of issues remembering, even if to point out contradicting the autopsy report. I am not saying KP is lying. He is probably misremembering a lot of things, though. It was traumatic. It was a traumatic experience. I'd really like more info on number 8, as it's the first allegation that RM was at the scene before going to the house. Anything in quotes below was copied directly from the transcript. Seven fifty 1753, KP states around 10:30, and I had to stop drinking, keep an eye on her because but then he states he went to sleep before she left. Just seems odd. He makes a point of saying he stopped drinking to watch her, but doesn't stay up until she is gone. Huh? The 3026 KP states black shorts on and 2 mismatched pairs of hey dudes. When asked what Noah was wearing, this contradicts the autopsy report. The body was what? The body was where was it? Oh, the body was received wearing only an unmatched pair of shoes. The right shoe was a Hey Dude brand with a speed lacing shoelace containing minimal debris and grass inside. The left shoe was an Adidas brand with a regular tied shoelace. KP's memory isn't correct. 3032 to 31, KP discusses NP positioning on the road. And he was like laying on his side facing the ground, the ground. His hips were like facing on like you know how you going to sleep, you're going to be laying on your side. He was laying on his side, but his chest was fade down into the asphalt and his head was like this, so it was like a little deformed. Guy interviewer says he was twisted. Then KP finishes, he was twisted. Yeah, and his arms were sprawled out and his legs were sprawled out. In interview, Dalen says he was covered but in the fetal position. KP's description is the first I have seen that he was chest down. (3247) KP says, it's been so long, I've forgotten some details and she has remembered them. He admits not remembering again, but everywhere you see says what a perfect memory he has, and his story has never changed. 365437 states, and Logan, I'm pretty sure, came in the living room and sat down and talked to me about it, or some female did. KP doesn't remember which girl talked to him. again with memory issues. 365437. Logan, I'm pretty sure came in. Okay, I already said that. My bad. 3713, 3728. RM shows up, and can we just say who RM is? RM is JM Mom. I'd say she got there around 6:30. Contradicts a screenshot by RM stating arrived at almost 7. See also number 8. Uh, 37, 36, 38. Yeah. Says, hey guys, we need to clean up beer cans because at the time we were all under the assumption that he got hit by a vehicle and didn't want no one to get in trouble for having alcohol there, so I say let's clean up the beer, and we clean up. KP's idea to clean, not party people. Uh, 734 3821. KP says Renee's walking to Jasmine by her vehicle in the driveway, and so I also overheard Renee telling Jasmine that she's been at the scene for about 30 minutes or so before she arrived to the house. So that's pretty close to whenever we left, if you think about it. So he is saying RM had to have arrived at the scene around 6. If she arrived at the party house at 6:30 and was at the scene 30 minutes, this is a full hour before RM says she got to the house. I don't have access anymore. Oh, to the Army page. Does anyone remember if TH saw RM at the scene? How far does RM live from the party? Walk to Jasmine in a vehicle in the driveway. So, yeah, we read that. This is a full hour. We read that on the page. Oh, does asked, okay, how far does RM live from the party house? Asking to solicit fits with KPs. Can someone please explain to me why everyone is hung up on the shorts? They were given to Noah's brother. Why would people do all these things to get these shorts just to hand them back over to the family? Unwashed, Noah's brother washed them because, well, he didn't think anything suspicious either. The writing on Noah, there's video everywhere. Why would they care about getting writing off? Nothing nefarious about it, no sense in hiding it. If it came off, it's because it came off, no reason to remove it. Who is this person that is saying all this? Do we know? Hello? Michaeline? Walgreens. Is that a real name? Or is it Michelin? I don't know. These people have strange
West
names.
Virginia for you.
Twin If Twin Mama was here, maybe she could make sense of these people's names. Like, I thought it was a battery. I thought, you know what I mean? It was an alkaline battery. I thought they made a new one or some shit. And they got it from Walgreens.
Fucking A.
It's a longer lasting battery. Come on now.
That's an Energizer. Alkaline battery.
Yeah, you know, you got alkaline and then you got alkaline.
Or Michelob Ultra, more likely. I'll never forget what conceived you.
Get him at Walgreens.
If you can reach it.
Let's see. This is a little blurry, so I can't really.
Yeah, that's all I got, but they only timestamps of the 911 calls that I've been able to get my hands on.
So it's a 911 call. Caller Tyler. There's a phone
that
number.
Is a dud. Goes to nobody.
Call number.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, trust me, I've already looked.
Let's try it.
I mean, I didn't try to call it, but I've looked to see who it leads back to, and it's like a Google Voice number.
5863. Call number is 206-302. Received to time today at 5:46 a.m. It does say today, right? Yeah. Okay, today at 5:46 a.m. So that's different. Description. Notified on call personnel. RP reported what looks like to be a human body lying on west side of road at 5:50. Had another 911 call from a Tyler Harding, and it gives the number, reporting naked body lying on west side of road north of Terrell, and he is going to block traffic hazards till deputies get there. Oh, is that a different number?
Yeah, those are two different numbers, but they're both named Tyler. Yeah. But and neither one of the numbers that are both dead ends.
What time is it in Oklahoma right now?
It's an hour behind me, so 8:36.
The subscriber you have dialed.
Motherfucker.
If you
Son of a bitch. Whack ass.
Guess it's a good thing they didn't need to call back.
No shit, right? Fuck. Alrighty, here we go. Cheryl's posts. From my understanding that day while I was there at my niece's house where the party was held, the county sheriff's deputy arrived on scene and said hit and oh, okay, and said hit and run. But when OHP arrived, he said he didn't suspect a hit and run because there was no debris from a vehicle. I was standing there when he said it was suspicious there was no debris, so he called the OSBI. The ME, to my knowledge, never said anything like that. They usually don't speak out publicly regarding cases. OSBI arrived on scene before the ME. It was a holiday, so the ME didn't arrive until that afternoon. OSBI and OHP started interviewing the kids at the party immediately, but since the autopsy has been completed, I believe since it's not being investigated as a murder, they are leaning more towards an accident involving a vehicle. Law enforcement have told some people of the kids at the party they think he could have fell or jumped from the back of a truck or vehicle. Like he wanted to fly or what? Like, I don't get it. It says not in. It says not an accident now, though. Maybe something has changed and they aren't telling you guys. Right? Aren't telling you guys. Because law enforcement tells these people everything, but ain't telling the family nothing. Do you know why the first ME left in different something, or rather? Different one came? Did we know that? That one arrived and then they left and a different one came?
Yeah, that's what the podcast dude just said, that because there's only like 2 in the state and there was another accident, they had to leave, and then it wasn't until later in that evening around dinner time until they were able to, the other medical examiner was able to come to the scene, and that's how long Noah's body was just on the side of the road.
Oh shit. That did not happen to my knowledge. Only one person from the ME office is OKC came that day. It was Labor Day, so it being a holiday, I believe only one came because it seemed like it took her a long time to get this 2.5 hours to OKC and factor in the holiday, but I don't want to lie, say for certainty that another one didn't show up later. Well, this is all Cheryl. Is
Sarah,
this
aka Stevie, is the only thing I'm worried about.
say, is this my girl right here? Watch.
Stevie's sister.
We'll find out real quick. If there's a period and begins a sentence with N, it's fucking Stevie. The autopsy says transportation injury and unknown. The cause of death was blunt force trauma. The OSBI and OHP made a public announcement they were not investigating his death as a murder. So I'm assuming they are leaning towards an accident of some kind. That's just an assumption since murder has been taken off the table as of now, but it's an active investigation. So, of course, things could change at any time. Yeah, no shit. Yes, the news article is referring to the day they found Noah This article is referring to day one of this investigation. It was written, posted this week, but the writer is just letting the reader know the county sheriff originally thought hit and run at first, but when ME got there, that changed because there was no vehicle debris, so it looked suspicious. But that's not true because OHP is the one that said it looks suspicious, not the ME. I'm not sure the word accident was ever used as this article I'm assuming suggests. I hope they get the truth and justice for Noah. No matter what the outcome is, his family deserves answers as to what happened. What? My girl talks too damn much. Okay, I hope they get the truth to do justice. Yeah. Family deserved it happen. Okay, you know what? Yeah. You know why the first ME left and a different one came? Question mark. Why would somebody ask that and then not answer it if they didn't? Okay, that did not happen to my knowledge. Hey, who's this? Billy commented. Hey, is that like happening in real time?
No, it's like 10 minutes off, but no, this is like several days ago.
Oh, like that the thing that keeps popping up right there? Or popping
Yeah, that
up?
was just a notification whenever I was screen recording.
Oh.
You know?
I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? Somebody act their shit. I'm gonna read that. Holiday I believe only one came because Turkey. Oh, okay, we read that, right? Yeah. Do you know what her name was? I do not know her name.
How do you know it's her?
Right.
Hmm.
And didn't they said they read the fucking autopsy?
Apparently. That
What
makes them an expert.
Shit. And what are they trying to say? Like, okay, so like OHB said, you know, oh well, OHB said this, and then no. Then when OHBI came and they said this, and then no, the MIE didn't say, or ME, whatever the fuck. Like, what are they trying to say? Huntinglease.com. Back to Oklahoma Outfitters. Outfitter, River Border Outfitters LCC. Contact Bub Wilcoxon. Gives his email and then a phone number and a fax. Nope. Website. Yep. I can't see that. Additional information. Riverboard Outfitters is located on 3,300 acres of river bottom and has 8 miles of Red River frontage covered with pecan trees and thick timber bottoms. I'm talking about butters here, or what? Bottoms are planted in wheat in the winter. The thick timber has many dozer cut roads that are interstates for deer and other wildlife. Whitetail, Rio Grande turkey, feral hogs, coyotes, specifically the coyotes, bobcats, bobwhite, quail, dove, and waterfowl. So
and that's who hosted that dove hunt.
Bubbity Bub?
It was River Border Outfitters.
Well, but it's owned by Bub.
Well, and guess who manages it?
Bub?
Stevie and Lance Armstrong.
I forgot about Lance. What happened to Lance? We haven't seen his name in a long time.
He don't speak unless spoken to type deal, but guess where he works?
Oh,
Right here. It's on the screen. You don't have to guess.
crude oil transport engineer and Gold Spur.
Crude oil transport.
Well,
what?
Would you like to explain this, please?
Well, you see, when Kaden was on the scene at 5:15, he seen a semi that had a box trailer, one that hauls like stuff that goes in a box trailer, goods, stuff like that. Freezer, it could be frozen, could be anything. However, when the police arrived and everyone else that is opening their big fat mouth, they said that a crude hauler was on scene. Both white, well, two different trucks, but isn't it interesting that old Lancey Armstrong is a what?
Crude
oil transport engineer. Works at Sunoco.
That sounds like a gambling game.
My. We now have a conflict of interest. Oh, look at that. Henrietta. And
What?
where?
What? Went to Wichita Falls High School. Went to...
Phone logs don't lie, remember?
Dang. No place to sit.
Coincidence, you know.
Right. Mallory. What?
She's in the Sofa Sleuth groups with the rest of them scroungy folk.
Doesn't Mallory fucking... Isn't that like MI6's name? Like James Bond?
I don't know. I know it's Tyler's wife.
I mean, they call him M.
Then we got... Thought this was interesting. This is another person in that group. Her name's irrelevant, but she's a city clerk or code enforcement officer in Waurika. Isn't that nice? What else did I find interesting? Oh.
Brooke Bonds Carter lives in Wellington, Texas. Brooke Bonds.
Bitch has got something to say about everything.
Sandra Bingham. Why does Bingham sound familiar?
Because that Kathy Bingham is the private investigator.
Oh, there we go.
Ain't figured out which team she's batting for yet.
What?
I've heard that she's related to some of the party goers that are, which makes that a little interesting.
Yeah.
Imagine that. We're about to get to that. Here we have here. So, this is Brylan's mom.
Give me if you want to start. Give me like 5 minutes. Let me use the restroom.
Okay. So this person says, "What's your son name?" But you have my word. I won't say anything. So Brylan, I hate to even type that because there's so many rumors going on out there. Do you know the two new PIs? Kathy is related to my son by marriage, so the interviews with her didn't go very well. She wanted to talk about his dad, who he hasn't had a relationship with in over 10 years. How is Brylan doing? I know that's very tough on him. Did he see the video? He gets threatened numerous times a week over it all. As soon as something is posted in them groups, he will get messages about it. I never told him about the videos, and he asked me, had I heard. Blah, blah, blah. Whoa. All right, so this was Renee Millen, which is Jasmine's mom, to respond to Caden's first episode of the podcast. She says, "The blatant lies this kid is saying about me blows my mind. I've been honest and told exactly what I did from the time I got Jazz's call until that night that I got home. I have no reason to lie about anything. Just weird that he feels the need to lie so much. I don't know if he's attention seeking and wants it to be more than it is or what. I was on scene for maybe a few minutes trying to check on Jack. Got told to leave, so went to the house. All the boys were asleep, per the girls, and the girls were in the driveway crying. I don't know how he thinks he overheard any conversation me or Jazz had when he only came out of the house right before he left. He did, in fact, ask what about these guns in his Jeep, and I said I would take them and get them to Jack's. Anyone that knows me knows guns scare the hell out of me. I don't know what kind they were, just big ones. I don't know why me taking guns to the owners is such a big deal when we all thought at the time that Noah was hit by a car. I've told his family the same thing. He, in fact, did not clean up beer cans because those had already been picked up by the time I had got there. I don't know where that I told him to take the rest of the beer came from. The only time I talked to the kid was literally telling him I'd take the guns to the owners. I think the kid was in shock or something because this whole recollection of that morning is off. To include times, I think it's absurd that others come forward sharing their recollection of what happened leading up to and after can be confirmed by law enforcement and they are bashed like they killed Noah, but one kid says something not factual and is praised the hero. Weird shit to say the least. Bottom line is we know the truth, Noah knows the truth, and God knows the truth. Truth is we had zero to do with Noah's death, period. We didn't try to cover anything up, and we are not lying about any of it. I pray that whoever does know, and I believe with all of my being someone does, that they will come forward and give everyone peace. He was not alone, and that's a fact we know. Makes me sick that someone is just out living life and letting others go through a nightmare, knowing they could just come forward and stop it all. The nightmare of not knowing, really knowing what happened to Noah, and the nightmare of people being blamed for this death. Then Brooke says, "Thank you for speaking out. It's hard to say Kaden is telling the truth when we have so many proven facts of his wrong. How could one person's story go against literally everyone in this, even people that arrived on scene having no clue? Why would they have a reason to lie? Trauma does crazy things to the brain. I do think that's what happened to Kaden, and as I also told his mother, I think he was most definitely coerced into saying things about people he saw there, but she didn't believe it. I was really trying to give the kid the benefit of the doubt." Then these are some posts that I found that Renee posted. This was the same day that Noah passed away, September 4th, 2023. She said, "Seeing your child go through the pain of losing a close friend at such a young age is absolutely heartbreaking. When you know exactly what she's feeling and there's no way of taking her pain away, it's awful. Rest in peace, Noah. Prayers for his family and friends, as this horrific tragedy will hurt so many people in the coming months." So Sarah says Carter Combs' phone was purchased 2 weeks before Noah died, so it was a new phone and not wiped, and she didn't have everyone's phone number saved, so investigators thought that was weird. Carter was in an auto accident on August 14th, and her phone was destroyed in that accident on August 14th. So she used an old phone of her mom's for a week or so until she went to Wichita and bought a new phone. But her phone wasn't wiped clean, and I doubt investigators would tell family that information during an open investigation. Investigators asked Carter, "How well do you know Noah?" She stated she had met him once briefly the year before at a party and then recently started hanging out with him since she was dating his best friend, Jack Newton, so maybe like 6 to 7 weeks. She didn't feel like that was enough time to judge someone's character, which is what investigators were asking. The interview with Ellie was recorded by her attorney, and Robin is not privy to copies of these interviews. Carter has cooperated fully with law enforcement. I'm not sure why his family is spreading false information to the public, but I assume that it's because there's an agenda to sell merchandise on that post. So she says now, exactly, and it seems like they're always pushing an agenda to sell merchandise. I feel they're exploiting his death for money. I mean, if they truly cared for him, why would they have allowed him to have been emancipated? I cannot imagine not stepping in for one of my nephews and not legally adopting him if he were about to be awarded to the state. Bitch, is that any of your fucking business?
I was driving through Oklahoma, and there was people outside. I don't know who the fuck they were, but they were selling like black shorts and stuff, and pieces of ripped off T-shirt. It looked like.
Fucking name. They need to sell some common sense.
Right. Fucking some how to read books and how to spell.
Hooked on phonics.
Right. So now they're trying to say that the other people are using their Facebook thing to sell products.
Noah's family. Bitch has got a lot of nerve.
What are they saying that Noah's family's selling?
I don't know. They're just saying that they're merchandise, but I don't know if that's the case. I think they're someone is like doing shirts for awareness, but I don't think that had anything to do with the family. I think they shared it, but I don't think they're profiting from it.
Right. I mean, if it's like justice for Noah,
yeah, it is.
I mean,
it's it's stand for Noah or something like that. I don't know. Justin bought some of the shirts, so
like, what the fuck is wrong with that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what you're that's what you're bitter about, Miss. I got deep pockets.
Yeah. Right. Miss, my fucking kids are perfect, but they're banging out.
Yeah,
everybody.
perfect whores.
Yeah. They might be like an 8 in Oklahoma, but in California they're like a 4.
Yeah, especially when you got that fucking. It's like throwing a hot dog down the hallway.
Crazy. What's wrong with people?
So many things.
Does Stevie come out of the bushes again?
Well, I mean, did she leave, Sarah?
Right, true that. Ain't that the truth is?
Here we go.
The truth is in the pudding. Mallory Hardy. Can you hear the fan in the background? No.
No.
Okay, good. Their crude oil hauler and Tyler were both facing south Tyler saw it pulled a U, came back to it to pull another U to park by the body. The semi, from my understanding, was headed towards Terrell. Saw it
Fuck
turns
my
around.
life.
Yeah.
Are you sawing wood, bitch?
And I'm reading it as
Sorry.
it sounds, right? I mean, as it's
Saw it.
Yeah. Saw. That's what I'm saying. Like when I read it, I'm like, it
Seesaw?
it. Yeah. Slash turns around to make sure, sees it, keeps going towards Ryan to find
Ryan. Ryan. I would. Did your phone ping to say you was in Ryan too? Must be something up with that tower.
To find another spot to turn around at. So they were both facing towards Terrell. That whole.
Now I read that 10. Listen, I read that 10 times, and I still have no fucking idea what she's trying to say.
So
which direction we're facing? I don't need towards Terrell. North, west, south, east, bitch.
Right.
English.
The crude oil hauler and Tyler were facing the same direction.
And they're both named Tyler. And they're both driving a white truck. I think Tyler's got 2 phones.
Right, and mysteriously, they don't know the other Tyler's fucking last name.
Yeah, because I think he got 2 phones, one from the personal and one for the work phone.
Exactly. Fucking 100%. And you mean
that's about right. 5:46 to 5:50. That's about 4 minutes for him to make the first call and hang up and make the other one. It's not like they came in on top of each other.
Right? Like, okay, Tyler saw it pulled a U. A U what?
Well, she's not lying because they're both named Tyler, technically.
A U-turn?
I guess so. Bust a Yui.
But here's the thing.
Did another U-turn.
Came back to it to pull another U? What?
Yeah, so now we got 2 U-turns. We almost got a W.
Right. Like, damn, how many U-turns this motherfucker got to pull?
Yeah, and that's illegal as fuck because ain't nowhere that sounds sketch.
Semi, from my understanding, was heading towards Terrell. Saw it, which I mean, I'm assuming saw Noah.
Yeah.
Turns around to make sure, sees it, keeps going towards Ryan. What the fuck? Who the fuck? Can anybody make sense? Saw, turns around to make sure, sees it, keeps going towards Ryan.
Because it could have been a deer.
Turn around.
I thought it was a deer.
But they just made 2 U-turns already.
So now 4 U-turns. And remember on the 911 call, he said he had a lot of cars behind him. So how you doing that shit with a lot of cars behind you?
Not only that, but here's what she first says. The fucking big rig was going towards
She said
Terrell.
crude hauler. Right.
Or crude hauler,
Mm-hmm.
right? It was going towards Terrell. Guess what the last thing? Now they're both facing towards
Right,
Terrell.
so they turned around and went back towards Ryan, then turned around again.
Huh?
Yeah.
No. She said it was already going to Terrell, so the motherfucker didn't have to make no U-turn nowhere.
Right, yeah, but her story apparently makes it sound more gooder. Even though she wasn't there.
Definitely. It does mean it makes it sound more fucking special than the motherfucker, like special ed, fucking yellow bus type shit. Good Lord. I think these people are making my brain swell. Yes, both were facing south on the west side of the road.
Well, that's a little
It's not
contradictory, but okay.
like, and why did she have
Facing
to?
southwest. What?
Also, Tyler was not following right behind the semi. I'm not sure how that came about. That is false. Was he behind?
Who the fuck said that, bitch?
I know. What the fuck? I mean, we didn't say that shit.
Yeah, I didn't hear, and I haven't heard that either.
Yeah. Was he following the semi at all? Maybe somebody said it after they heard the 2 911 calls, because remember how one of them was stating that people were following behind. Like a lot of people, mind you.
While driving down the road, no, he was not. What the fuck?
Right.
So you were behind him. What do you mean, like while driving down the road? So you were behind him at some point?
If people were following, a lot of people, like, why wouldn't they fucking just pass? Is it illegal to pass in Oklahoma?
Well, it's only a 2-lane highway.
Right. So is he again? Is it illegal to pass? Like in California,
I don't know.
You finna get past that.
I mean, it depends on if the lines are, if there's, if it's a solid line or there's not.
Well, let's see. While driving down the road, he was. No, he was not. While driving down the. What else would he be doing?
Yeah, apparently fucking standing on his head. I don't know.
I don't know what's up with these people, man. While driving down the road, no, he was not. But when he was
so while he wasn't driving down the road, he wasn't? He was behind him?
When he was a passenger, possibly vehicle, he was.
Or when he pulled off the side of the road, he was behind the other semi, apparently?
If that makes,
because why would he say that? While he was driving, no.
Yeah, this very, very, very strange speech here. If that makes sense, I am horrible at trying to explain things in text. That's why
we know.
Yeah, I hate answering any questions. But just thought if they wanted a picture of it to make sure they have Tyler and the semi facing the correct way.
Oh, that's what you're worried about. Okay, no, heaven forbid.
Right. Let's just worry about that, of all things, not of what the fuck happened to this kid. Thank you for non-explaining.
Yeah, thank you for clusterfucking it even more.
Right. Good Lord, man. Yes, he claimed my brother-in-law, JM, was there, but my Bill, my B-I-L.
Brother-in-law.
Oh.
Brother-in-law.
Oh.
She can say it one time and then can't, apparently, in the next fucking sentence.
My brother-in-law was at Lake Texoma all weekend at his lake house.
Nobody cares, bougie bitch.
All right, with his family. Again, his phone records, credit card receipts at the lake can verify this and already have with an attorney. Why couldn't she just
That's a strange thing to obtain a attorney about.
Correct. My brother-in-law was at his lake house in Lake Tacoma.
Yeah.
At Lake
Tacoma. Talking about Jason Martin, the volunteer firefighter.
Oh, no shit. Wow. I don't understand how, if he is 10 feet away from Noah's body, and as soon as he starts approaching, he blah, blah, blah. Don't know.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of dumbasses that can't understand normal fucking English, apparently.
I thought the same thing. Why would KP say he ran to get a blanket out of the back of his Jeep to cover Noah? Why would he feel the need to cover him with a blanket unless he was nude?
I can think of about 6 reasons that ain't got shit to do with him being naked, but do tell.
Yeah, fucking really? Oh my God. It logically does not make sense. Well, it does not make sense to anybody over 25 that has their full brain functioning. Okay.
Oh, suck a dick, bitch.
Damn, these fucking knucklehead ass motherfucking people. Oh shit. That's funny. Yes,
Oh,
I
this
don't.
gaslighting us, bitch.
Who's this? One of my favorite people. Yes, I don't think KP is responsible for NP death, and I'm not accusing him of that. I just think he's still a kid and confused on his timeline. I think he's off an hour, probably due to a night of drinking and a trauma response. I love how they keep bringing up this trauma. No, it was trauma. It was you had so much trauma. He was going through so much trauma. Well, if
Yeah,
he was,
gaslighting.
then guess what? All the other fucking kids were. But he's the only
Right.
one that's going through trauma. So if he's going through trauma and can't remember shit, then guess what? So the fuck is everybody else? Oh, I'm sorry, but your side of the family are superheroes, and they don't see trauma. And they've already dealt with this because maybe they caused the trauma.
No, they're too rich for trauma.
Right. NP did. Okay, NP did have
Here we
some
go with trauma. Fucking trigger word of the day.
right trauma to his knuckles on his hands, but the night
Where else are you gonna have knuckles?
but the night but the night before Saturday, September 2nd,
That would be Friday.
he punched CC closet door in half. I'm not sure
Oh,
what
fuck.
kind of game they were playing, but her door was taken down and NP had punched holes in it. There's a Snapchatty of it, and you can
I didn't see Noah punching it. I seen Carter punching it.
right are bleeding, so that explains the trauma to the knuckles. Oh,
No, it doesn't actually.
thank
I seen Noah getting slapped and I seen Carter punching the drywall. I didn't see Noah punching shit.
yeah, thanks, fucking Inspector Magoo.
Yeah. Carter was destroying the closet door. You dumb bitch. Take that up with the dumb bitch that did it.
Yeah. Oh, take that up with the fucking Snapchatty that shows it.
Yeah.
See,
The Texas boys were holding it, not fucking Noah.
I think she was just going through so much trauma. She's misremembering.
Oh my god, stop the fucking trauma. Fucking crisis actor.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck me. This bitch ain't gonna come out talking about fucking NASA has pictures of me on the moon and shit. Of me on the
And trauma on the knuckles. Houston, we have a problem.
JN has passed the polygraph and has also recuperated.
Fucking A.
Fuck me.
Cooperated? Cooper. Completely cooperated.
Oh, shit. He's cooperating. Please just like ACC, CC, and JM and others, I feel it's completely unnecessary to speak about ML, mental health, as they have. Oh, fuck, yeah, because they have to cooperate.
With police.
Oh, God. Oh, the people like this make life worth living. Jesus. Why did I fucking even graduate fucking high school? I don't know.
Yeah, apparently you can just have, a trust fund and get away with that shit. Maybe we should ask Betty.
Right? No shit, right? I hope ML gets an attorney and goes after them for libel/slander. Then there is this. I have the person's name, but they want to be anonymous, so I'm not oh my God. So then there's this. I know everything, and I know the 100% truth, but I'm not going to tell.
I'm a douchebag.
Yes. The fuck? Here we go. This recuperating shit. I'm not sure where or who ML lives with. I'm reading. No, you can't be reading because we no, it's just impossible. Somebody read to you. I'm reading that private message like ML was there as in there at the party. I don't read it like this person is implying ML was at the scene of where Noah was found. I'm reading this like this person is stating he's mad he's lost a friend and someone has to know something. Who the fuck? Then there's this. I honestly have no idea what the okay. I honestly have no idea and would rather not say because I don't know that to be factual. Fuck, somebody with some kind of common sense doesn't want to speak out because they don't know something.
Cooperated? We fucking cooperated?
Agreed. I hate it for ML as far as I know he's fucking cooperated. He's cooperated with love. Hold on, give me a minute.
Cooperated with your ducks in a row? I mean, what kind of fucking chicken shit farm is this?
Okay, I just had to go break some things stuff. Now that I got that out, you would imagine he would have all his ducks in a row before making a post on social media that contradicts so much. If he didn't remember, but his mother did, why didn't they discuss before he posted his story? To avoid all this, his mother needs to stop speaking on his behalf if she is going to misspeak and get information wrong. Huh? I just PM'd you? What is a PM?
Private message.
Oh.
Private message.
Like, wait a minute. This doesn't sound kosher. Who brings a semi-truck to a knife fight? I'm sorry. Who brings a semi-truck and a high... What is that? A high-vis vest to stage a crime scene? This just doesn't seem plausible. I like I like to go point by point, and this is one statement that just boggles my mind. Well, your whole paragraph just boggles my fucking mind. Then 33 minutes. No, we don't want to read this bitch. Just fucking dumb shit. 33 minutes later, miraculously, the exact same vehicles, even down to the same color of vehicles, pull up and call for help. OHP and OSBI don't have any phones pinging near Noah before the 911 call, and JN phone doesn't ping there either. At the time, KP claims he sees JN, and this has been confirmed by LE. Why is it everything is confirmed with these motherfuckers through LE, but nothing else is confirmed? CN and BW phones, alibis /alibis, phone data and video footage, both of them have been cleared. I guess KP expects us to believe a random semi and service truck driver both would help cover up a death and something. Front their phones at death and forgot their phones at home while traveling for work. Eyewitness saw NP walk off in white shorts. Who are the eyewitnesses? This is vague shit that I fucking can't stand. Eyewitnesses saw Noah Presgrove walk off in white shorts. Who they are, we don't know. 9+ eyewitnesses at the scene all saw white shorts. Okay. KP mom even states LE doesn't believe her son, but she knows he's telling the truth. Yet law enforcement has tools to extract forensic data from phones, but she claims law enforcement is mistaken. KP's account of all his times.
They didn't even take his phone.
Exactly. That's the fuck I'm saying. Not only that, but his fucking Snapchat videos show Noah in fucking black shorts. The fuck are they talking
Bazinga.
about? Shorts?
And they're time stamped. Bazinga.
Right?
Bazinga.
So the eyewitnesses, what the fuck are they talking about? White shorts.
That could be a trauma response. That could be a trauma response. They could just be remembering it wrong.
So the one guy with the knife that slaps, the one kid with the knife that slaps Noah, guess what? He was right in front of Noah. Saw him with black fucking shorts without a shirt. And then runs off like
you mean with his eyes? Would that make him an eyewitness?
That would make him an eyewitness. What was it?
For fuck's sake.
Or no, it was Carter in the back fucking talking to the youngest.
Isaac with the gun?
Isaac with the gun. Isaac is facing fucking Noah. Noah without his shirt, wearing black shorts. As fucking what's his name? Fucking slaps. So where in the fuck are they talking about white shorts? Did he just all of a sudden he just took his black shorts off and decided to walk off in white shorts? Okay. Yes, that's a very
Jack's white shorts.
Jack's nonetheless.
The one that like, let me get my best pal that I'm not happy with because he's a fucking douchebag that lied whenever I asked him if he slept with my girl, and he did.
Right.
Yeah, let me get your shorts, bro.
We just got in 3 fights. Thanks for letting me use shorts because mine are perfect.
Yeah, let me get your shorts, bro. Right.
I'm sure that fucking happened.
In that event, in that order.
Right. KB claiming JN never goes back to the party house. So how does he explain the black shorts made it from the highway back onto the bathroom floor?
Wait. Okay. What did Renee say she did the first thing she did when she walked in? Went to Avery's bathroom to go pee. She had the black shorts, got them from Caleb or Jack, and she put them on the bathroom floor. You scroungy fuck. You ever thought of that? Considering she was there 30 minutes before she came to the house? Son of a bitch.
Damn.
Her words, not mine. First thing she did when she got to the house was went to Avery's bathroom and went pee. Where was Noah's shorts, supposedly? On Avery's bathroom floor. I witnessed that, biznitch.
This is what happens when you just don't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm picking up all the little truths in all of your lies, and now I'm painting the actual picture. So thank you so much for that.
Yep. So, oh, and this is what happens too when you don't get with your fucking sister and say, hey, this is the story we're going to tell. This is how it's going to be.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Stupid asses. Jeez, man, these people are like fucking newbies and shit. Why would JN go to the trouble of removing the black shorts just to give them back to family, and the family states they washed them? You know what? Okay, there is something that at first, when I first thought about it, then I'm like, yeah, no. But then now I'm thinking they never did a rape test on him, did they?
Highly unlikely.
And the reason I ask is because they're making such a big deal about these shorts. And it's very, very possible. I don't know. Just saying. Yes, there are snaps of him in white shorts, but those snaps have not been released. Oh my God. I do know multiple eyewitnesses at the party also saw him in the white shorts. Police have taken those eyewitnesses into account. Can someone post at least one pic of Noah wearing the white shorts? I think that would shut. Agreed, it would. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry. I have thought my own opinion that Noah possibly fell asleep in the back of someone's truck and fell out, so no one, because the driver wasn't aware. You obviously would know more than me due to what you saw, etc. Does things you witness point that something of a different nature happened? I think most of us just want the truth and answers for Noah's family. Others seem hell-bent on a more sinister outcome. All I feel is certain is a vehicle was involved, and it happened right there. Is this Renee? Is that Renee? Yeah, a certain vehicle was involved in. Okay. Honestly, I don't know what to say. We had all thought that he was hit. I don't know by what, because they don't state. We all thought he was hit. That's the absolute worst part about it, besides him passing away, is not knowing what happened. And, oh, fuck, okay, not knowing what happened, period, and that someone knows and won't come forward, period. It's all just such a tragedy. This has got to be fucking Stevie. Like, I'm traumatized by reading all their bullshit. So now whenever I see a period end, I'm just automatically going to think it's Stevie. This is basically what started the ball rolling for me to get kicked from the Noah's Army group. I posted this screenshot from a section of the transcripts from Kaden's own words in his PITC interview last week. Why did this part of the story make him and his mom so mad? What is it about the female cousin that seemed when we mentioned it? Why was the cousin a mile down the road? What was she doing? And why was the mom so worried and hell bent on tracking her location? Very odd. Sounds like she was very, very mindful of this girl possibly happening something to her, because look at what happened to Noah. I think the female cousin is underage, so that's probably one reason. There goes that. I also saw a text between Kaden and his mom that the cousin's mom didn't know she was there at first. There's number 2. Then the fact she was super drunk puking outside. I imagine this is why they aren't super excited about it. Weird though, they think it's okay to bring up ML and possible mental issues. Oh, ML, Mike Lowry, and possible mental issues when he is underage also, from what I understand. Anyone have, I was going to say it again, dang it, the screenshot of Kaden and his mom texting that night? American Honey's back. It's funny that they just keep blaming everything on Kaden. Like everything's Kaden's fault when Kaden specifically states he didn't see. You know what I mean? He doesn't know exactly what happened to Noah. But as for everybody else, nobody else did nothing wrong, right? The either the mother was there or not, but the oldest one there, she didn't provide no alcohol. You know, she didn't tell people on, what was it, Craigslist or whatever the fuck she posted the party at. She didn't
Snapchat.
Snapchatting. She didn't tell people to fucking come to this party and get fucked up. She didn't sit there and say, well, you know what, you're underage, so, you know, just make sure you don't drink any alcohol. No. She didn't tell, what was his name, Isaac with a gun, who's underage, who's drinking, hey, what are you doing with the gun in your hand? You're underage for one, you shouldn't be drinking, and 2, you have a gun, put the gun down. No, she didn't do none of that. So let's just blame everything on Kaden, though, because it was all Caden's fault, right?
Right.
Get the fuck out of here. Grow up. That's what the fuck I'm telling y'all, motherfuckers. Grow. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Don't question him. They will block you. Grow up. Didn't you pull up on scene in the service truck? Did you ever reach out to family in September? Snapchatting. That's right. I was never in a mama. I'm sorry, ma'am. Well, you say exactly what needs to be said. His story has changed, and I know exactly what was seen that morning because I was there from 5:45 till 10 and was one of the first people to call 911. I'm assuming he means 5:45 a.m. till 10
No, AM.
p.m. Oh, till 10 a.m. But you weren't the first one there. You have what you saw then. Does it eliminate something before you arrived? You can be right, but so can he. You have what you saw then doesn't eliminate. You can be right, but so can he. Why am I reading doubles? Ma'am, I promise you his time is off, but hey, you were there, so please tell me I'm wrong. You're wrong. Scoundrel fuck. There is no way that there was 3 or 4 vehicles there and all gone in 5 minutes when you think a truck driver drove past and turned around and came back and called 911 by never saw anyone else. Bam. Amanda Phillips, that is a very, very good question. I have wondered the same thing. She says, has anyone ever said where the other Adidas shoe that went with one Noah had on ever ended up? Or did he ever have Adidas shoe on? I'm pretty sure he had Hey Dudes, right?
Depends on who you ask. According to Kaden, he had 2 different Hey Dudes on. But according to the autopsy, he had on a Hey Dude and Adidas. So
if we look at some of the Snapchatties, can we see his feet at any time? Do we see his
he was
feet?
barefoot. Yeah, he was barefoot.
He was bare. That's right. He was Flintstoning it.
Right, but like 3 or 4 of the boys there, including Noah, had Hey Dudes that they wore to the party.
I'm thinking like they all had, it's like you said, because it seems like all these people had was Hey Dudes, even some of the broads.
Right. Yep, for sure, no doubt. And everybody in my house has them, so it's not uncommon.
There you go. I think people that live like maybe on the West Coast, like where I live, they probably have Adidas. Or maybe New York or some shit.
So maybe one of them Texas boys?
Right.
Well, but for it to have been there, though, it would have to have been one of the boys that stayed the night, because if not, they would have their shoes on their feet when they left, correct?
Correct.
So that leaves a very small window of people. Mikey?
So this is another reason why I don't believe that he had an Adidas on, is because where the fuck did the other Adidas
Right,
go?
and I don't see any of them out there wearing Adidas. They're more like Hey Dudes and boots type out there, you know?
Yeah. That is
unless it was a female's.
A female's Adidas?
And that's the only thing that would make sense, because I don't see it's not clarified, specified.
You think maybe he was
or hey, you think Colton wears Adidas?
Well, it's a good question.
Maybe the Millens.
Did he show up in fucking flip-flops?
No, from my understanding, he was wearing Hey Dudes.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but he was barefoot from the time he got there. Barefoot with no shirt, pretty much.
Yeah, because
anytime
I think we see him, he's barefooted. Like
no socks. The only time he had shoes on was when they were going somewhere. Like I'm sure when they went on the, like when they went to eat at the restaurant and shit like that. Like because they have the signs, no shoes, no shirt, no service type deal. Oh, and guess what? This shit got a plot twist again. Where they went to eat breakfast at on Sunday morning at the truck stop in Waurika. Guess who owns the truck stop?
No. No.
Jeremy Wilson. Sheriff Jeremy.
Oh, my Lord. The one that sold fucking the liquor store?
Yeah, the other mini mart. Yep, he owns that one. He owns one in or he used to own one in Terrell, but he sold it, and then he owns the one in Ryan, and he owns one in Waurika. But he still owns them.
But he still owns them.
Yeah, not the one in Terrell. He sold it.
Oh, okay. Now quaint, you know what I mean? Let's just sell this motherfucker so we don't have to explain no bullshit.
Right, and that's the cameras they keep referring to as the mini mart. You know that apparently they got access to this, camera footage that no one else can see.
I thought that was Bubs. They kept talking about us or whatever the fuck.
Bubba is right across the street from the mini mart. He's got cameras too.
So then why don't we fucking go, hey, Bub, let's see your shit.
Because he'll put a restraining order on you and say that he's in fear for his life. Like he did Donna. And then not show up to court.
Did he really? Oh, yeah, he did. He did. That's right.
Yeah, him and Avery and Carter.
That's right. They all did.
They're being mean on Facebook.
All right, here we go. That is what I'm trying to make you people understand.
Screw you people! What the fuck that's supposed to mean, bitch?
Right? His first story, I was the one that told him to leave, but I did not see him. Then he said, no, it wasn't the pickup. It was a service truck and an oil taker. Huh? It was a service truck and an oil taker. Then it was a van trailer. In no way am I saying he had anything to do with it. Just saying everybody says his story hasn't changed, and it has. Who the fuck, man? These people fucking... But I'm done arguing with you because you will never believe anything but what you want. Remember, only ghosts and the unseen were there. Huh? The fuck does that mean? The ghost and the unseen. That was 548. Who was that? No, the minute somebody questions him, everyone says his story never changed, and it has. Are you saying you were the service truck driver and told Kaden the boys to leave the scene and you couldn't really see him due to the darkness? Where the heck? Okay. More of everybody on here saying something and people just running with it. Didn't you pull up on scene in the service truck? Did you ever reach out to the family in September? I was never in a service truck. It was a half-ton Ford, right? Question mark. So what, a half-ton couldn't be a service truck? Am I missing something? Ford, right? Poof. What the heck? What do you guys think of the below timeline? Question mark. JN wakes up KP and the three other boys at 05:15. Then JN goes and tells CC. KP and the boys wake up. Find shoes. Only one in KP's case. Grab phones, possibly. KP locates. What kind of fucking timeline is this? Grab phones, possibly. KP locates his keys. Maybe that's quick if in his pocket, and go to the car. JN left before them, though KP said so. JN was probably in with CC for a few minutes at least, telling her. Then the mile drive to the scene. I think we are talking arrival time for KP and the boys, minimum probably 8 to 10 minutes, so by 0525. KP says in his interview 520 to 525. Now we know that the semi driver Tyler called 911 at 5:43 and TH called at 5. The semi drove past the scene first, turned around in Terrell.
That's a lie. It was 5:46 and 5:50. But okay.
What's a lie?
The 911 calls, it was 5:46 and 5:50. Not 5:43.
Oh.
Just saying. Every minute count.
The first Tyler calls it 5:45.
46. Yep.
46. And the second Tyler
5:50.
5:50. Well, okay.
Robbie with an I is full of shy.
Right. So the semi drove past the scene first, turned around in Terrell, and came back to make sure it was what the fuck? Where am I? Make sure it was a body before calling. If he was 3-4 miles north of Terrell, it would take 3 to 4 minutes driving at 65 miles per hour each way, depending on where he turned around in Terrell. Maybe a few minutes longer. It was said, I believe, in the post on Justice for Noah, where TH has responded, the semi went around a block in Terrell. So that could add a few minutes. So let's give him a minimum of 10 minutes to get back to the scene and start his 911 call. That puts him passing the scene on the way to turn around in Terrell at 5:33 at the maximum amount of time to be on the scene of 8 minutes roughly, if not a little less. KP oh shit. Oh, my bad. Where am I? KP says IR starts crying pretty badly, so KP comforts him, tells him it will be okay, and hugs him. KP then starts walking up to Noah, gets about 10 feet away, and goes back to his vehicle for a shop towel. Huh? A shop towel to cover Noah?
Now this is going to be important because they're listening to the same interviews and the same information that we got, and this is the clusterfuck that they give you. Now I'm going to give you a nice, pretty, clear timeline after this clusterfuck ends. I'm just showing you that it ain't fucking rocket science, people. But apparently we ain't working with scholars.
No, we're working with some freaking, I don't know, short bus people. Because this shit don't make okay. He went back for a fucking shop towel. Are you fucking kidding me? They must not have heard the same shit that we heard, because I could have sworn he said like a blanket or some kind of covering, not a fucking
Yeah, what's that
shock
gonna do?
towel. Yeah. He gets about halfway back and is told to leave. My guess is this would take a minimum of maybe 3 minutes, maybe 5. I couldn't find anywhere that KP estimated how long they were there or what time he said he So if he arrived at 5:25, stayed 5 minutes, that puts him 30. Tyler passed the scene at 5:33 at the least. This gives someone 3 minutes to pull Noah's shorts off, toss the white ones, then for JN, the semi, and the service truck to leave. That's pretty tight timeline, even if this is off by a few minutes. So by KP's timeline, he would have arrived back to the house around 5:32 and watched TV for 30 minutes to an hour. He says around that time, RM showed up, possibly around 6:30, then states he overheard her say she had been at the scene for 30 minutes, putting her at the scene from 6 to 6:30, give or take, under sheriff. States under Sheriff Williams arrived at 6:18, said there were only 5 people at the scene when he arrived, and he was joined by Sheriff Jeremy Wilson 6 minutes later at 6:24 a.m. Along with the 2 motorists who called 911 were 2 Rural Volunteer Fire Department officers, including its chief, who arrived at 6:15 a.m., and Newton. There is no mention of RM being there between 6 and 6:30. How would you explain all of these discrepancies? All of this is taken from the thread of justice for Noah, with TH responding, KP's interview, and the last bit from the last Daily Mail article about who was on the scene
Daily
first,
Mail's right in your
to
fucking timeline. Good grief. The misinformation CNN of true crime. Fuck
No
my life.
shit.
They posted a story, released a story with a person they didn't even interview. Breaking news. Good job, Robbie. Good job.
Good breakdown. It's a synopsis of nothingness.
Way to be a freaking independent free thinker.
And this
Heaven
is
forbid you take your own notes and build your own timeline and make your own opinion. Heaven forbid that. That might get you kicked out of the Sophist Loops.
Oh shit. I gotta take a break for a minute. Can you take over?
Yeah, I can handle these scroungy fucks.
I shall be back in a little bit.
So Renee says, I want to say it had to be around 7 or a little after that I stopped. It takes 40 to 45 minutes for me to get to Terrell. I saw a few volunteer firefighters, Jack and Caleb and his dad. I noticed one police officer. I didn't really look at anything beyond that because I didn't want to see Noah. I told my daughter, her boyfriend, and my husband to not look either. We didn't want to see him like that. I never saw Tyler Hardy, and it's probably why he never saw me. I was ways back from where Noah was when I pulled up. I'm working on getting my damn phone records and Life 360 locations from that morning so I can prove that part of the story being said about me is false. So Sarah says, great questions. I can only answer 1, 2, and 3. The fire chief is JD. He lives within 3 miles of the accident scene. CA, MV, and BW were all volunteer firefighters that were all there and all live within 3 to 5 mile radius of the accident scene. Yes, I believe all firefighters get a blanket page when an emergency occurs. Can you clarify when Bub arrived? Wasn't it after the LE and he was like the 8th person on the scene? Someone asked me that and I couldn't remember if he was 8th or 9th on the scene, and I knew it was there after 7. Yes, he was the 8th person to arrive and he got there at 7:05, says Sarah. Now I'm going to show you how to actually orchestrate a freaking timeline based off a bunch of fuck
Come on. Yes, come on, Shady. Damn.
This race, I will fucking. Dude, I'll just beat the. I always thought that would be hit me.
I would just rather
No, you slapped me. I slapped you. As far as I can. No. I do trust you. I trust hit me. I trust hit me. I trust hit me. Hit me. Go ahead. See, I wasn't. Oh.
Which one?
Yeah,
we got it.
You see my wiener?
Country Pimp. 1-on-1. Mike Tyson.